How long is it? How much? Oh, okay.
I will tell you,
I represent a lot
you
of
take as long as you want.
Okay.
Okay? I don't care if it's a half hour, I don't care if it's 45 minutes. You just do you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay?
We're,
Give me a general idea, like half hour?
It'll
Is
probably
it?
be
All right.
just waiting for
That's
the,
like my number
for
one
the
intro.
police to find out
Thank
that
you.
there are.
That was too journalistic,
Supervisor
though.
says about
Have a
having
good
an
night.
officer here.
Okay.
So they're gonna go call him and we're gonna be back.
Here we are, Jeff. I just see your note for the
Okay. I'm going to tell you, obviously I'm going to repeat it in front of them. It has nothing to do with the case, okay? The person who apparently arranges rooms, are you recording?
Yeah. Been recording since you said it where the hearing wasn't on. You can't have it both ways.
No, I'm not having it both ways, but I would like to know when I'm being recorded.
Okay.
It's just simple curiosity. It's just courtesy. As
Sure,
far as
I'm recording
concerned.
you. I'm starting now.
I have no problem
Great.
with that, but thank you for finally telling me.
Well, I've been recording since the police were called
I don't know.
here,
I don't know.
And then I recorded all the statements that you made to the police. I recorded her statements to the police. I recorded the police. I've been recording since then because, the public's going to want to know about what's happened here.
Okay, that's fine.
Great.
The officer said something about trying to move to a larger room.
That's right.
I don't invent rooms. I don't make rooms.
That's exactly what he said.
I don't.
Right, but we all know that the ERD can do whatever they want to do. If they want to do it, they can do it. There's empty rooms.
Okay,
in
are
this
you going to let
building.
me talk? Because otherwise I'm not going to have the conversation.
Sure.
Okay, I don't know what each agency does or what they do. It's above my pay grade. I just do what I do.
Great.
So I'm going to find out who it is that reserves the rooms in this building
Okay.
and see if I can make a request for us to move to a larger room, because this room's kind of cramped. And that's what Officer Pomeroy had said. There had been a request. I don't know who made it, but I have no problem trying to convey
The police
that.
had come in here and asked me to tone it down. And I explained to them that part of the issue was that I was defending somebody who made the allegation that a Department of Corrections employee had grabbed her breast when at least 30 people had seen it. And
Okay.
all said that they had
Again,
seen nothing.
please.
So we were going to be
I
passing.
don't want to hear the facts of the case. I'm only talking about I was told there was a request
Right, and I'm
for a
explaining
larger
to you
room.
that there was
I don't
First
want to know.
Amendment
I don't
implications.
want to know what you said to the police officer. Okay, that's not me.
But I'm telling you that there was First Amendment implications in what he said, and that the police came in here and told me to tone down my advocacy at this hearing. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, you can tell me.
I'm telling you that.
That's
That's what
fine.
I'm telling you.
That's fine, but again, I'm not the police. I'm not doing anything with anything.
You're another state actor, true, no question about it. You're not the police. We got that.
I'm not the police.
Right.
I'm going to now go see if there is possibly who it is that I need to make a request for a larger room, and then what can be done about that.
And I'm making it clear to you that as the hearing examiner, you're aware that the respondent had a state actor, had another state actor, the Capitol Police, come in here who asked me to tone my advocacy down. That's what I'm making you aware of as the ALJ over this hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
You've made me aware
Great.
that's what you told the police officer happened. Okay. I was not in here for any discussions with the police officers.
Okay.
Okay. Hi.
I didn't say you're not.
Thanks.
Come in? Can I come in?
No.
Oh, okay.
What do you need?
The fact that this agency has policies and procedures to have corrected this. Every other agency has protections for its employees. I had this conversation with Ramona. I will have it all the way up the food chain.
Please do.
We are hung up to dry. I am more than happy to draft and write all of the initial policies that should be done for ERD, just like you have them for DOA and then The other agencies, we just jump right to 218. It's ludicrous in our administrative rules.
Right.
I've done this before. I have no problems doing it. I'm just not going to maintain a 90-plus caseload and do somebody else's homework too.
Yeah.
But I'm more than happy to do those, and I told those to Ramona. What this man is allowed to do, and the manner in which he treats people, whether it's degrading, humiliating, defamatory. We already have one ALJ who's
Yep.
having a suit. You've been called as stuff.
Yep.
And nobody does anything about it and says, oh, that's okay. I'm tired of the, somebody spilled grape juice on the white carpet and the mom going, that's okay. It's not okay.
It's not.
It's not okay. No one has the right to harass somebody else in the purview of their employment. And that's what this agency has allowed him to repeatedly harass people who answer the phones, people who supervise others who just are trying to file a complaint and file their jobs. And I have a very thick skin. I've dealt with bullies. I could have him for breakfast and still have room for lunch. He's picked the wrong person to deal with, and he knows that. So I have no problems having cases with him. That's why I told him, just give it to me. I'll deal with the bully.
Yeah.
He's not going to run over the top of me. And he hasn't. That doesn't mean he hasn't tried. Yeah, and he's, gunning for bear, and he's now doing this whole other thing. When I have a hearing in person, I always have some sort of officer presence, simply to maintain decorum. I find it keeps people a little toned down. But once again, he did it on Monday, he did it again today. He immediately comes in and starts screaming and yelling at Olmanson and calling her a liar and this and that and false this. I mean, his briefs are replete with lies after lies that can be proven by emails and the documents and everything
I've
else.
seen it for sure.
Yeah, I can prove it. I document everything. I already summarize everything. I'm prepared to go at a moment's notice with anything he has to say, with footnotes, dates, everything, even though it's not necessary, but I can do so. And I don't want to have to do it. Well, when it happens, I immediately start another thing. That being said, I told Olmanson, take a break, we'll get started. We are here for 6 days. Yesterday we had 2 witnesses, Monday we finally had 1. So that's kind of where we at. The one request, I guess, he made to the Officer Pomeroy, he was very sweet, I like Dennis. Dennis was here on Monday, and is that, could we be in a bigger room? As I explained, I don't develop the rooms. I don't know where the rooms are. This is my 3rd time in this building. The first 2 times, there's a parking lot. That was a parking lot, but now it's construction.
Right.
And I don't even know I'm vertically challenged. I'm directly challenged once I'm inside a building as the front.
I am too.
But it's gone, so it's
Yeah.
either on that side, that. It's on the Butler side, whatever side it's on.
Yes.
That way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I was gonna do that way, but it's that way. So anyways, I park into the building now. I've got Ramona's stuff. Zippy thing, and
Yeah.
she's got a huge parking space. It's right in there. I'll have to let her know, the woman to the left of me. I'll feed her here today, and I left at 7:30. She's probably on vacation. But anyway, I guess there's like a little challenge to see who's going to show up first. Whatever. So I don't know who makes rooms. So I guess that room's kind of small. I think the reason we were moved down here was for security purposes.
It was. Yeah, a combination of that and the fact that they're remodeling the 4th floor this week.
Right.
The secretary's office, to the extent they're in the building, is working on the 3rd floor, and they did not want his hearing where he might run into people from the SO.
Wonderful.
Great.
So,
yeah.
so basically,
Yeah.
we're in this room, and there, you guys. What I'm going to tell him is that this is the room we have. The other room is reserved for hearings off and on. Do we know if the room next to me has anything? Is it possible? We're not
don't.
moving today because I'm not on.
Yeah, we don't know. Tina's going to check
Maybe.
whether we have any 1st floor rooms. There's this one here.
Uh-huh.
There's Karen Morgan's room down the hallway.
Totally not.
It's the great big.
Okay, now,
There's a bunch of other hearing rooms basically down this floor.
don't know. I found that that's Webster by the elevators, and if I continue up that way, I found the coffee place that Eric told me to go to.
Good.
So I got coffee this and then, yeah, I know I can go smoke out here, and yes, I smoke because
I mean, I would.
gracious.
I never have, but I would too.
It's either that or alcohol. I'm kind of thinking it's a little early in the morning for that.
Maybe switch around lunchtime, you know.
No. Although I did have one beer last night in my hotel room. Yeah, I had one. You know, it's probably the most expensive beer I've ever purchased. But when you buy one beer and it's at the hotel little thingy, I mean, how much it costs $4. I'm
Yeah.
like, can you wait any further?
Yeah.
So they took out all these things. But anyway, so I'll let them know we're in here.
It's just I can't.
Yeah.
I'm here so late. I got trapped. There's a separate incident going on down on Hancock where my parking spot
Oh, you're
is.
kidding.
And I finally, they blocked off the entire street with flashing cars, and I finally approached, and when they got it under control, they moved their car. And there's like 3 people in handcuffs down there.
Oh, God.
Well, we have 4 officers here to take Ben away in handcuffs. So
Okay, well that's
Unfortunately, they didn't, so.
they haven't yet. It may, if it happens again, they will. So I haven't even started yet today. This is day 3.
Well,
And
you were there super late last night.
I was here till 7:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, that's okay. We are coming up with agency-wide rules
this is,
as to how our hearings are going to be conducted, whether they're in person, whether they're not, whether you can or whether you cannot record. I've already kicked this all the way up the food chain, and people are incorrect in their understanding of the law and the statutes. So I will be briefing this, writing a memo. I've already talked to Ramon. I've already talked to everybody. And I am more than happy to defend myself and have anybody challenge my statutory construction of statutes. At some point, I will be proven wrong, but thus far, anything I've risen all the way to the Supreme Court, I've been proven right.
Okay.
So at some point, I will be wrong,
Yeah.
okay? But statutes are my hobby because I have no fucking life. So that being said, yeah, this is the nonsense I'm dealing with. We haven't even started yet because
Well,
this nonsense
I
started
always-
first thing this morning.
oh, that sucks. I always thought that,
Everybody's run with the rule that these hearings are open. Nobody could show why. And that's true. There is a case from 1978 that said our hearing, it wasn't even, we didn't even have the DOJ at the time, it was a different labor commission. But the statute, 227 at that point, read that the hearings were fair, public, fair and unbiased and open to the public. Unfortunately, 227 was revised.
okay.
And for some reason, the legislature took it upon themselves to remove the words open to the public.
Okay.
Okay? So you can't run with something that doesn't exist statutorily.
Yeah.
Further, these do not qualify under the open meeting law because we're not a meeting. We are not establishing rules. We haven't sent public notice out for people to review
I'm
them.
listening to
Yeah.
it, just so you know he's
Yeah.
speaking in.
Yeah, from the rules or those sorts of things. So
Yeah.
that's just not how that works. So
Well, I always thought that.
it's just because nobody could ever explain me why I've been asking this since October of 22. That's just kind of how we've always run. That's great, but laws change, rules change, things change, times change,
Yeah.
and that's how we run. So I'll let them know we're going to look for another room for day A. We're in here. Because of the construction on the other floors, it may not be possible.
Well,
But
everyone
it-
is calling, so let me.
Oh, yeah,
And I will, that panic button will summon the Capitol Police again if you need them. So.
Excellent. All right, so, okay, well, hopefully we'll have something else by Friday. What?
It's like the 12 tasks of asterisks, it's bureaucracies. Go this way and then you go that way and then you wait and then you know it.
So sometime we get it.
12 tasks of asterisks.
What?
It's like the 12 task of asterisks. It's bureaucracy. You go this way, and then you go that way, and then you wait, and then you know.
So sometime when you get a chance, if you want to give him a phone call. So
Perfect.
he can let you know about staffing for the hearing and everything else.
Thank you. Does he need it returned right away? Because I'd like to
Just
start my
whenever-
hearing.
Nope, just whenever you have a chance.
Thank you, sir. I
Not a
appreciate
problem.
that.
You guys have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Matt White wasn't able to accommodate us.
No, well, apparently they're doing construction on the 4th floor. They have other things going on the 3rd floor. We're not allowed to have access to the 3rd floor or the 4th floor because they're gutting everything. I guess, I don't know who's moving where. I don't care which offices or departments are going where. But so far, this is where they're at. They're trying to see if they can find us another room for Friday, Monday, and Tuesday that hasn't already been reserved.
Got it.
So
That's
that's the best I can do. I had him call around, and whoever he called, I guess, is now returning the call. I just asked him to let me know.
I've never met Matt White in corporeal form, and I didn't know that was him. So
I just did. And I'm like, so, and you are? He said, I'm Matt. And I'm like, White? And he said, yeah. Okay, so that's what you look like.
right. Well, so everybody here, he's a director, so everybody around here treats him like he's a 2 hops up. So
Is that what he is?
Well,
I don't know what anybody's title
he's
is.
equivalent to self-sort.
I don't care. I don't go by titles.
Don't-
They mean nothing
You
to
know
me.
what I'm gonna send you guys?
What?
It's the org chart, and then you'll have to read it, and then you'll.
I don't acknowledge.
We should just have pictures of everyone who's who. This is just Matt White, that way you know.
Right. Or you could watch Living in Difference, Wisconsin.
Well, I would probably at that point tender my resignation. I hate pictures. I hate photographs. I don't do them. I refuse to have a new picture taken when they move me from AOJ, from project to AOJ because. Yeah, you already made me take one. Use the same one on file. I don't care.
They always look horrible. I don't like pictures either, but they always look horrible.
Alright, let me log in.
It was fun meeting AOJ Carlson, though. I only see him a couple times a year. He's an avid biker. That's what he
The motorcycle bike?
No.
Oh,
Philosophy.
okay.
I didn't say that it was going to be a great thing. I was just saying that that's
I'm getting a bit too lazy in my old age.
Why do you ride motorcycles?
I sold them all. I sold all the dirt bikes.
Oh, dirt bikes?
Yeah.
But I can sit on without tippy-toeing.
Yeah. Okay.
He said he missed the drama, but
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We are here. Today is day 3.
are we starting the recording? Because then I'll stop mine.
Yes, I'm starting the recording.
Oh, okay. Great.
Thank you. Again, this is October the 2nd, 2024. We are here for day 3 of a scheduled 6-day in-person hearing in the matter of Joanna Stolar versus State of Wisconsin Department of Corrections. File number is CR 2020-02513. When we left off last night, It was rather late. I think we were approaching the 7 o'clock, 6:30, 7 o'clock. I don't know. I left at 7:30 hour. At that time, Attorney Olmanson had wanted to put something on the record. It was extremely late. We were worried about people being locked into parking garages. Therefore, I would hear from her and allow her to do so first thing this morning. So, Attorney Olmanson, please.
Thank you. Based on the way that testimony went yesterday, I would like to just have a standing objection. Actually, first of all, I'll make the motion.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that complainant be prohibited from suggesting to any witness that DOC should have broken the law in connection with the level of discipline that was imposed upon Mr. Toutant. I am making this motion based on a very specific statute.
Okay, hold.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you, because I'm taking
Okay.
notes. I want to make sure I write this down correctly.
Okay.
Apologize for not, these keyboards too clicky and it's going to get too loud, so I'm trying to do it by hand. Prohibited from suggesting to any witness that DOC broke any laws.
Should have,
Oh, should have broken the law.
with respect to the level of discipline imposed upon Mr. Toutant. And I'm going to identify the statute
Level of discipline imposed.
and make my argument.
Pursuant to statute.
Is everybody else sure they're on the internet?
I am.
I am, it's slow for me.
I have not been able to log in since I got here.
The password today appears to be the same one from yesterday. It's what the website says. It should be racing with a capital R, followed by the number 1 and then an exclamation mark. And I think you have to open it up in a web page and then hit some other accept button or something.
I think I'm going to restart this because I've been trying since I got here.
Well, that seemed to be the problem with that I was hearing from others as well.
By the way, Your Honor, I don't want to make a big deal about this. I absolutely have to be out of here by about 6:06 p.m. tonight. That'll give me enough time to get home. I have a religious observance tonight.
She's got to finish her testimony today, and with the fact that it's almost 11 here, we're going to have to get done with her testimony. So I don't know if that's a problem or if it isn't, but we're going to have to get done with her testimony.
There are 3 holidays. I'm not Orthodox. There are 3 holidays per year, however, where I don't work. And this is one of them, starting tonight at sundown.
I'll keep that
Okay.
in mind for future reference, but calling 911 was an option that you
Okay,
chose to
okay.
exercise, and that we will,
Okay.
of course, excuse me, Judge, I'm talking. And
No,
that-
because she's just offering me the time. I haven't made a decision on anything. I will always give you an opportunity. But we're not going to rehash what happened this morning at this moment in time. I'm simply asking for her to now provide me with the statute. Obviously, your client needs to testify today. She's available today. We need to get through that.
Great. I'd like the statute too, please.
Okay. And the statute, if we can start, it's 230.34. And it's going to be sub 1, sub A. And once everybody's there, I can make my argument.
That's the statute we discussed yesterday, right? Uh-huh. Okay. Are we waiting for something?
I was waiting till everybody gets, I thought everybody
Oh.
was going to get to the statute and then I couldn't.
You can
Yeah.
continue.
Okay, so what it says under A is an employee with permanent status in class or an employee who has served with the state as an assistant district attorney or an assistant state public defender for a continuous period of 12 months or more may be removed, suspended with pay, discharged, reduced in base pay, or demoted only for just cause. It says it is just cause to remove, suspend without pay, discharge, reduce the base pay of, or demote an employee for work performance or personal conduct that is inadequate, unsuitable, or inferior as determined by the appointing authority, but only after imposing progressive discipline that complies with the administrator's standards under section 230.04 sub 13M. And that sentence talks about personal conduct, but progressive discipline. And then the next sentence says, it is just cause to remove, suspend without pay, discharge, reduce the base pay of, or demote an employee without imposing progressive discipline for any of the conduct, or the following conduct. And it says, while on duty, harassing a person. While on duty, intentionally inflicting physical harm to another person. While on duty, being intoxicated or under the influence of a controlled substance, etc. And then, the next few paragraphs are not relevant. And then number 7, it says a conviction of an employee of a crime or other offense subject to civil forfeiture while on or off duty if the conviction makes it impossible for the employee to perform the duties that the employee performs for the agency. Mr. Toutant was not convicted of a sexual assault crime, which would be, that would implicate PREA. He wasn't convicted of a misdemeanor crime of domestic violence or of a felony, which would make him unable to carry firearms, which therefore would make it impossible for him to perform his duties. And under our statute, DOC could only have imposed progressive discipline under the very, very specific facts of this case. And I am asking for an order prohibiting the complainant for suggesting to any witness that DOC should have broken this law. We do have
Thank you.
Oh, okay,
Thank you.
sure.
I have a response.
Okay. I don't know if this is going to come up further in the hearing. I will take this under advisement. I'm going to I've heard it. It's here. I would like an opportunity to look further in comparing this with the actual evidence that's already been admitted, which are the handbooks in relation to HR and investigation and those sorts of things.
Thank you.
Because that was also mentioned that they had to follow those guidelines in the investigation.
No, the evidence is that Kevin Carr is the ultimate decision maker who made all the decisions. That's what the evidence is. That's what the person who brought those handbooks in here testified to. So that's what the evidence is, Judge, not those paper documents that actually don't control what happened, because that's not what was testified to. That's not what you heard.
She testified to that routing slip and who made those decisions, and that she also testified to, and they were admitted as exhibits. Matter of fact, they were admitted
There's no question they were admitted as exhibits. That's
and
not
we
what I said.
Okay.
What I said
Please don't
was,
raise your voice to me. I'm less than 2 feet. Well, maybe I'm not good with
then
this.
maybe we should get a bigger room, Judge, because
maybe
that's
3
not the
feet.
evidence. What you just recited
Okay.
was not the evidence in this
Can
case
I finish
at all.
before you immediately start interrupting? Because we can't have this. Okay?
Right, we need
Please,
to...
no, I'm
we
not
need to
done.
hear the
Okay,
evidence.
all right, so this is what we're going to do. Since you won't allow me to explain my rationale and my reasoning, it will be in my decision. At some point, if we ever finally finish this hearing and we're able to hear all of the evidence and do this, but right now, I will grant this standing motion that you cannot suggest to any witness that the DOC should have breached the statute that deals with demotion, suspension, discharge, layoff as to any violations with respect to any level of discipline that has been imposed pursuant to 230.34 sub 1 sub A. She asked specifically as it pertained to Toutant. I don't know if anybody else was subject to any discipline, but that's who we're talking about, and that's your motion, and I will allow that standing objection. Now, can we, is that it for, we wanted to talk about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then Attorney Hitchcock Cross, I believe it's your next witness. Who do you want to call?
Sure. Well, so before we get to that, obviously we're going to have some issue, raise the objection on what just happened there. It seemed to me as if you had just said that you needed to review the law and the statute and to make your decision based on that, and you were going to hold off any reasoning on that. At one point, then, you said that there was HR was controlling in this case.
No, I did not.
Excuse me.
Please don't.
Excuse me. I am allowed. This is
right. You are allowed to make.
We cannot have this happen. I'm talking and then you interrupt me.
You are allowed to make a record, but I will not allow you to say and put words in my mouth that were not said. Had you allowed me to finish my whole thing, we could have done so. So. You can say that I was what you want, but do not say that I said something I didn't when you never even gave me an opportunity to finish. Okay?
No, it's not okay. I have the right to make my argument and to make my motion. You cannot change the words that are coming out of my mouth and tell me that I cannot make the argument.
You can make the argument, but I will not allow you to be disingenuous and say things that I did not say as part of your argument. It is rude, it is disrespectful, it is unprofessional. That is it. So please argue and make your motion for what you want to make.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. This is the Capitol Police Communications Center. A test will be conducted of the building's fire alarm system. It is not necessary to evacuate the building at this time. When an actual alarm is activated, leave the building at the nearest exit and proceed to the designated evacuation site. This is only a test. This announcement will be followed by the fire alarm test.
Please say what you wanted to say, sir.
Well, how if there's going to be an alarm?
I think that is the alarm. We can wait until it subsides.
Great. So what you just did was no different than what Andrea Olmanson just did, which was to call the...
I'm gonna let the record reflect. We're in the middle of the testing of a fire alarm. Attorney Hitchcock Cross has just left the room. I have no idea. The lights are still flashing.
Seems like we're done with alarms and excursions here. So, Judge, I know that you might not like the things that I have to say sometimes, and that's understandable. Not everybody does, but I have to advocate for my client, and so that's what I do. And so when I do that, and you interrupt what I have to say and tell me that that's unprofessional, and that I can't say that, the problem is ultimately that it's no different than what Andrea Olmanson just did, and we're going to go into that because I'm going to put that on the record here. As I thought we had started the hearing, I think there's some disagreement about whether the hearing had started, but we got it on recording afterwards, since the judge made it clear that it wasn't, that we were discussing what I thought was an ethical issue from Ms. Olmanson and Ms. Sicard, in that they had represented to the previous tribunal and again to this tribunal in conjunction with the DOJ attorney, I think Jabber. And they maintained what I say is a frivolous defense, in that they argued point blank to this judge that Kevin Carr was not a decision maker in this case, and that Kevin Carr really had no information to give for deposition. Ditto for Amy Petchacek, who, by the way, is not only a witness in this case, but also the judge's boss. With all that in mind, while we were raising that argument, and as far as I could tell, there was no, Ms. Olmanson was not in any fear. She made comments that she did not like my speech and what I had said and the nature of what I said, that she found that to be offensive and harmful. And then she threatened to, and then did, in full witness of the judge, who apparently condoned that behavior, called 911. And at which time we had the proceedings were essentially suspended. For some reason, the judge thought it was improper for her to hear my statement about the questions on ethics of the opposing counsel. For what reason, I don't know. This judge, like every lawyer, has the obligation to follow up with the OLR and other bodies when they learn of a violation of ethics from the people that which they work. And so we have maintained here, and that was the issue that I thought we brought and to discuss, which was the fact that, again, these attorneys have maintained this defense and have attacked both my client and myself personally, and threatened me with ethics violations, called me a liar, called my client a liar on repeated occasions, and it all turns out that they themselves were the ones that were having problems with the truth. That being said here, instead of responding to the argument or otherwise conducting themselves in what I might have thought was a professional manner, they called the police. Again, this was condoned by the judge, who allowed the police into the hearing, who gave a statement to the police about what she witnessed, and otherwise, and then left the room as if she had no involvement in the discussion. In fact, she said that she had no involvement, but again, she did have involvement because the issues that were raised in conjunction with the advocacy in this hearing, and the fact that the facts before her are very clear from the testimony of Carrie Beyer that Kevin Carr was the ultimate decision maker in this case. Subsequently, the police came. We wasted almost an hour and more for the police to talk to Ms. Olmanson, Ms. Sicard, and Stephen Ross here, who is a paralegal in the employ of the Department of Corrections. Given some time there, the police came, wished me to have a good day, but before they did that, they told me to tone down my advocacy, which we have on video. I explained this to the judge, and the judge explained to me that that was none of her business and that she hadn't watched that and didn't know anything about it. And then I explained to her very clearly, which is again on video, that the judge, that the police, the state actors who were called by the state actors, Andrea Olmanson, had come and told me in conjunction with the hearing that she is hearing, her being the hearing officer, that the state actors had told me to tone down. Me, an attorney for a complainant before her, in a case before her, had told me to tone down my advocacy. So I'm sitting here threatened with state actors possibly subject to arrest. Obviously, the respondent has claimed several times that I was disorderly and has asked for me to be arrested. And that's,
I'm going to object because this is another false statement. I had actually asked that he not be ticketed or arrested, but that I did not want the disorderly conduct to continue.
Please continue,
Thank you so
Hitchcock
much.
Cross.
And this is just raises a familiar pattern here that while the tribunal and the respondent make much hay as to their feelings on the complainant's attorney interrupting them, when they feel that the complainant's attorney is saying something that they don't agree with or they believe to be untrue, both the tribunal and the respondent, both state actors, will rush in and tell the complainant that he can't say what he is saying, he can't advocate, he needs to tone down his advocacy. We've had that, this is the third day of the hearing, and there has been no let-up in the message either from the respondent, state of Wisconsin, or the judge, state of Wisconsin, or the police, frankly, that the complainant needs to tone down her advocacy for her rights. And that is that trifecta there of state actors is problematic. So we then go to the fact that, of course, there was. This is a hearing, and we are trying to advocate for rights, but instead we're having 911 calls that, again, the Department of Workforce Development more or less participates in and condones. And both by pretending that they had no involvement in the action and by giving a statement to the police and allowing them to interrupt the hearing. That being said, we then move on to further the actions of the tribunal itself. So while we've raised the issue repeatedly of misconduct and the failure to be candid by the respondent, we've also raised the issue repeatedly of the tribunal failing to be candid on many occasions here. And almost uniformly, the tribunal interrupts the complainant when they're making those arguments and says that the complainants have to change what they say, in essence, to tone it down, their advocacy, because the respondent, or I'm sorry, the state of Wisconsin, the tribunal feels that the actions of the complainant, the arguments are too robust. They need to tone it down. And so that ultimately here is the problem is not just the appearance of bias, but the actual physical, corporeal force of the police officers here, both by the state of Wisconsin, the tribunal, ERD, and the state of Wisconsin here, the Department of Corrections. Because after all, this subject of this hearing is whether or not the state of Wisconsin allowed sexual harassment to happen. Now, we just had a brief motion from the respondent. And during that brief motion, the respondent asked for the complainant not to suggest that the respondent should violate the law. And then the respondent laid out a statute. The complainant had no response on that. The judge then said that she needed to take the issue under advisement and was going to review that statute. There was some back and forth, and this is the critical issue here, is that the judge was explaining to us that the HR rules are what controlled in this case. And we, meaning the complainant, pointed out that in fact what we had heard from the witness Carrie Beyer was nothing less than Kevin Carr, which is ultimately the issue that we raised here this morning with the respondent that caused them to call 911, was that Kevin Carr is the ultimate decision maker in this case. And we have submitted for some time that the state of Wisconsin here, the tribunal, the state of Wisconsin here, the Department of Justice, the state of Wisconsin here, the Department of Corrections, have been all working to prevent the truth about Kevin Carr's decision making coming to light. And the problem for all of for everybody here is manyfold. One of them is that these facts that Kevin Carr started the Internal Affairs Department, that he had micromanaged all of the discipline throughout the department, was well known to the public because it's on YouTube in the Novak case. Now, it's because of the Novak case being on YouTube that the state of Wisconsin here, the Department of Workforce Development, the state of Wisconsin Department of Justice, the state of Wisconsin Department of Corrections have all been working to keep Kevin Carr and Amy Petchacek from giving any answers on this issue. So when we learned that the tribunal had stated as a fact that there was all these HR documents that had to be reviewed so that she could better understand, and that was also what was so troubling here, so that she could better understand the interplay of the law, when we raised the objection that it was absolutely clear from the testimony of Carrie Beyer that in fact the law and the rules didn't matter, the actual policy of the DOC was to do whatever the secretary told them to do. At which point the tribunal interrupted my beginning of my record there to say that I couldn't say those things and that I needed to tone down my advocacy. And luckily, I guess, there was a fire alarm with that allowed things, I think, to cool down here so that when I've come back, I have been allowed to make this record without interruption from either the tribunal or the respondent. But thank you for allowing me to get those things on the record here without further interruption, as I think is what is required. So, with that in mind, I am ready to call my witness.
Thank you. The record will speak for itself. I do dispute quite a bit of what Attorney Hitchcock Cross said, but for the sake of brevity, I believe the record itself speaks for itself. I never got to finish what it was that I wanted to review as I was interrupted. What I have asked of all of the parties throughout this entire case that is before me, and not just during the past 2 days, and today is day 3, is to parties to be civil, stop yelling, speak in a civilized tone with one another, do not speak over one another, as the recording is going to be extremely difficult, and I pity the individual that will have to decipher who is saying what. All of this began, I want to say, earlier this morning. I've been here since approximately, I want to say 7:30. Parties started arriving somewhere around 9:30. For the hearing to start at 9:30, there were some difficulties with everyone logging into the computer system. It's just technical issues, I believe, not to any one particular party. I was very clear that no, I had not started recording the hearing. I do not start recording the hearing until I tell everyone, are we ready? I start the record, say what day we're on, who the parties are, list the case number, and then we go. As far as that, I did direct the parties that I did not want to hear personal attacks on one another. That has no bearing on this issue. I was not going to be a party to that. I was more than happy to step out of the room. I'm here to hear this case and the evidence before this case. So that's how that went down. Just to make the record clear, I do not have the authority to prevent any one human being from calling the police. That is a crime in and of itself. to prevent somebody from trying to call law enforcement if they feel that that's necessary. Having been a criminal defense attorney for over 16 years, I quite know better. Everybody has the opportunity, if they feel they wish to call law enforcement for anything, to do so, whether at work, at home, at play, on the street. I would never dream of doing that. I did not call law enforcement, but again, I do not have personal authority or job authority to deny somebody the ability to make a phone call. So that's how that goes. Now, we are on the record. I have called this case, and we are now on day 3, as stated earlier. The parties' appearances are the same. We have, on behalf of complainant attorney Hitchcock Cross, as well as the complainant herself, Ms. Joanna Stolar. On behalf of the respondent, we have attorney Zacard, as well as attorney Olmanson, and paralegal Mr. Ross. Attorney Cross, your first witness for day 3, sir.
Great. I'm calling Joanna Stolar.
Good morning, Ms. Stolar. You were here yesterday, so I'm hoping you remember how things run, but I tell this with everybody that comes in, so I'm sorry to repeat myself, ma'am. If anyone asks you at any question you don't understand, please ask. They will repeat it as many different times as they need to. If you can't hear something, please ask somebody to speak up. If at any time you feel you need a break, please let me know, and we will take a break. If you don't understand and you answer, then we're going to take that answer as you understood the question. There is nothing wrong with saying, I don't recall, I don't know. What we don't want you to do is guess or speculate, okay? Any questions on that?
No.
Okay. All right. Could you please raise your right hand, ma'am? Do you affirm or swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may lower your hand. Attorney Cross. Hitchcock Cross. Excuse me. My apologies, sir.
Thank you. Were you ever employed by the Department of Corrections? When was that?
2019, I believe.
Okay.
Could I ask you to speak up a bit? I want to make sure we get your testimony.
Yep.
Great. While you were employed by the Department of Corrections, were you ever sexually harassed?
Yes.
When was that?
Through my whole employment.
Okay. We'll take some time then. Can you describe how you were first sexually harassed at the Department of Corrections?
Multiple.
Okay. Do you recall the first time that you were sexually harassed?
Well, for sure, at the fishing event.
Okay. And we'll just pause for that. Before the fishing event, do you recall being sexually harassed before that?
Yeah, there was people that would talk about or ask me about my boobs.
Okay.
There was people accusing me of having sex in the bubble and talking about it and asking me about how it was.
Okay. And when you say people, are we talking about correctional officers or who are we talking about?
Employees.
Okay.
Officers, sergeants. there was multiple rumors that I made a sex list that a lieutenant and sergeant put my name into to have me investigated in on.
Okay. Did you make any complaints of sexual harassment when you were at the Department of Corrections?
Yes.
When was that?
I told my supervisors about it,
Okay.
and then I put an investigation in on one of them for not continuing to ask me to see my boobs.
Okay. And let me pause you for 1 second. When you're saying supervisors, just so we understand, are you talking about sergeants?
Lieutenants and captains.
Okay. And as far as I know, at the Department of Corrections, those are called white shirts. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're saying you complained to your supervisors, we're talking about white shirts.
Objection leading.
I'm going to allow it. I think we're just seeking clarification as to who
Yes.
supervisors are and if the lieutenants and captains, because I don't understand, are lieutenants and captains white shirts, and I think that's what clarification
That's
is.
what I'm going for, right?
Is anybody else
We
a white shirt?
call- No, lieutenants and captains wear white shirts, so we call them white shirts.
Okay.
And they are our supervisors.
Okay.
And
above us.
the sergeants and the officers wear blue shirts. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So,
And I also did talk about one of those instances about being on the sex list or making the sex list to Gruff.
and who is Greff?
I forgot his position. I think it's the security director or security. I believe he's like the one below the warden at the prison.
Okay. And can you tell us what complaint, if any, you made to the security director?
I talked with him and Mary Mariani in his office about the sex list, and that Alicia Miller and another Sergeant Mueller put my name into that investigation, and that I had never talked to those girls that made that list, or emailed them anything, and that I was there for a career, and I was there to build my knowledge, and I didn't have anything. I'm not there for that, and that there was the other rumors that I had discussed with him that I wasn't happy with, that about having sex in the bubble, and I had talked to him about that that it wasn't okay, and I didn't.
I understand. Let me back you up just 1 second, because I think we just need to clarify a few things before we get there. Can you explain to us what you know about the sex list? What that is?
As far as I know, the sex list was, what I was told was a list that those girls made of who they would have sex with in the institution.
Okay. And those girls are other officers or what?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think I'm unclear still on what your connection to that list was.
There was no connection except for Alicia Miller and Mueller were harassing me and wanted to write me up for frat.
Okay. And can you explain to us what frat is?
Fraternizing and doing with inmates and or the employees, sexual nature, things like that.
Okay, so frat is what is the inside lingo at the Department of Corrections for some kind of what? Can you tell us?
I mean, as far as I know, or my understanding of frat was being more what's the word I'm looking for? Having relations you should not have.
Okay. Does that mean actual physical contact or something else?
Physical contact, conversations, actions.
Okay. And I will leave aside, all the specific facts. I'm just thinking about a situation in which one officer, for lack of a better word, grabs the boobs of another officer. Based on your understanding, is that frat?
That's sexual assault.
Okay. So is that beyond frat?
I would say so.
Okay. I think I got that. So
Same round.
then to circle back to where I think what I'm still unclear on is there's the sex list, and it's just to clarify, I think you're saying you didn't have a connection to it, but Alicia Miller and a Mueller, said that you did have a connection to it.
Yes.
Is that okay? And why was that? Why do you think that happened?
Alicia Miller did not like me.
Okay.
And made it known to a lot of people, and she did not want me there.
Okay. And just let me focus on that for a second. How did you know that Alicia Miller didn't want you there?
Other employees told me,
Okay.
and other employees told me about her talking about me and saying that pretty much she wanted to be known as the hottest girl in there.
Okay. And these are DOC employees we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. And are these male employees? Are these female employees? Are these both?
Both.
Okay. So then now, I'm circling back, I hope, to the security director, who I don't think we named. We just said the title of the person that I think you said was a male. Is that right?
Greff.
Greff.
I
Thank you.
don't know remember his
I think,
first
but
name.
okay.
Or I think again that was his title.
And just to help the judge with their notes, do you think it's spelled Graeff? Does that sound right?
I think it was Greff.
Okay. Thank you.
But I'm not positive.
Okay. And then to circle back there, this is the security director, Greff, and Mary Mariani.
Correct.
Okay. Who is Mary Mariani?
She was a captain.
Okay, a captain. And there aren't very many captains at the institution, were there?
I don't know. I think I met all of them.
Okay. Well, then we can leave that alone for a second. Then, where are you when you make this, when you're talking to Greff and Mariani?
In his office.
Okay. What did you do while you were in the office?
I went up there. I told him that I wanted to talk to him about some of the rumors and the sex list that I was being put into.
Okay.
So he called Mary Mariani in.
Do you know why he called Mary Mariani?
I think she handles some investigations,
Okay.
but I guess for what I thought was either that or he wanted another witness in there so that it could be heard, other than just me and him. I don't know.
Do you think he chose Mary Honey because she's female?
That could be.
Okay. Then, I think you may have said this before, but you may have used inside language, so we may need to just clear that up. And I think you said you started an investigation, you started something, that's what I'd like to clear up. In my language, I would assume that it's something like a complaint. Can you explain to us what you're talking about?
A sexual harassment or assault.
Sorry, let me
I
be
guess-
more clear, and I'll just ask the question again.
Yeah.
While you're in this meeting with the security director and Captain Mariani,
Oh.
did you file anything, or what was the outcome of that meeting?
I didn't file anything. I asked them to take me off the investigation report and or off the investigation totally. And that it was just Miller harassing me and trying to get me fired. And then I told them again about some of the rumors and that I wasn't okay with it and some people wouldn't stop. And then, as far as I can remember, I mean, I never got in trouble for it, and I think they just told me that they found out that I wasn't involved in it. So nothing ever came out of it. Either of those things.
So, and let me, if I understand this right, they said they would take some action and, well, let's start again. So is it fair to say that you filed an informal complaint in that meeting?
Yes.
Okay, and did you feel like they promised that they were going to do anything as a result of your complaint?
They said they would look into it.
Okay.
And I don't think that, I didn't feel like they did.
And why do you feel that way?
Because I was still being harassed there.
Okay. Did they talk to you about it again?
No.
Okay. And when you say you were still being harassed, can you describe generally what that means?
There was multiple people asking me again about having sex in the bubble with a sergeant. There was rumors and things being told to me that I was having sex with multiple guys there. There was rumors that I didn't do my job. There was rumors that I was sleeping with a lieutenant and that we were doing things in the institution, sexual things in the institution.
Okay, and let me ask you then, how did you learn about these rumors?
I had other employees, sergeants, officers, lieutenants, coming to me asking me about it or talking to me about it.
So white shirts were asking you if you were having sex in the bubble, for example.
Objection leading?
I don't think it's leading. I think it's mischaracterized. I would ask her for clarification. Could you repeat your answer?
I had employees talk to me about it and ask me about the rumors.
Some of those
And-
employees were white-shirted lieutenants, right?
Objection leading.
It's a statement that he's asking, he's saying, that's the question. And the people that came up to you, how would you classify those in people, given you have described people as either blue shirts or white shirts? How would you classify them?
I had blue shirts and white shirts come talk to me about it and
Thank
ask
you.
me about that.
Thank you. Okay. And just for the record and to be clear, but this, when you say you have blue shirts and white shirts come up to talk to you about it, that's after you talk to the security director Graff and Mariani about Miller.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, when I say the fishing trip, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Between when you talked to Graff and Mariani and the fishing trip, did you make any complaints, further complaints at that time, either formal or informal?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe those, please?
Informal complaints. I talked to white shirts about more harassment that was going on, about rumors again of being pregnant with one of the lieutenant's babies, and I was out on leave, and that's why I left, because I had an abortion.
Okay. And just,
I'm confused. That was the rumor?
Yes.
Okay. I just didn't know whether that was a fact,
Okay.
that happened.
No.
No,
it
that
wasn't.
you're talking about, that was one of the
The
rumors they were
rumors,
saying?
Yes.
Okay.
and just to be clear, based on from that question, when we're saying rumors, we're not talking about whether or not they're true or false. I'm just merely asking you if those were things that you heard. Can you move forward on that basis?
Okay, yeah. These, I guess, what do you mean move forward?
Well,
You want me to say
what
first?
I'm sure. What I think we're all trying to clarify is when we're talking about rumors, are you implying that these things are 100% true or 100% false or something else?
No.
Okay, I got it. I hope that clarifies by not clarifying.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I didn't classify something that could have actually been what happened as
Right.
opposed to a rumor.
Sure. Now I think we can go forward. Okay. So, and who was that white shirt that you went to? Did you name that person?
I did talk to Captain Theander about it,
Okay.
and Lieutenant Beck.
Okay.
Um,
And
and
sorry.
sorry.
No, you go.
Mary Mariani about it.
Okay.
And I also talked to Rich Key about it. I believe he was a lieutenant.
Can you say that last name again, Rich?
Rich Key.
Okay.
I don't know how to spell it.
That's fine.
It's weird.
All right. Anybody else?
And let me just go through my head here. There was one more lieutenant, but he was newer, and I forgot his name.
Okay. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people at least. Did you complained about the rumors or something else?
I complained about rumors, and I complained about being sexually harassed and assaulted to them.
Before the trip?
Oh, before the trip, just sexually harassed.
I got it. Okay. Judge, if you excuse me, I gotta go put more Am I parking in my car? I'll be back in 2 minutes.
No, that's 1 second, but I just want to clarify before you leave the room. Originally, when we moved to this line of questioning, the first thing that Attorney Hitchcock Cross was asking if you knew what about the fishing trip. And then we moved on to informal complaints. You then said you made informal complaints to white shirts. We've listed a Captain Theander, a Lieutenant Beck, Mary Mariani, and a Rich Key. And the rumors had dealt with the idea that you were pregnant with some lieutenant's baby, and that was why you were out. These rumors occurred prior to the fishing trip?
Yes.
Okay, that's I just wanted a
Thank you.
timeline.
I understand. Keep an eye on it.
Does anybody else need a feet meter thingy?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
All right. Is everybody ready again?
Yes, we're still on the record. I never paused anything. Nobody said anything. We're
I
ready.
totally trust you. All right. Okay. So, yes, after you made these complaints to Theander, Beck, Mariani, Richke, and one other and that was a lieutenant, the new person?
Yes, I think his first name was Jeremy also, but I'm not positive on that.
Okay. Did you see any change in the frequency or intensity of the rumors about your alleged sexual conduct?
Yeah,
What happened?
there was more rumors.
So it got worse?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you made any of these informal complaints, did anybody tell you that, talk to you about protections from retaliation?
No.
Okay. Have you since read the manual for the Department of Corrections?
Of objection assumes the fact in evidence, namely that there is a manual for the Department of Corrections.
Okay. I will, I can easily solve that by rephrasing the question. So, do you believe that the Department of Corrections has a policy against prohibiting retaliation for people who make complaints?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that the Department of Corrections protected you from retaliation from after you made complaints?
No.
Okay. Do you ever hear of anybody learning, other than the people that you made the complaints to, learning that you had made complaints?
Yes.
Who was that?
Just other officers that they heard it.
Okay. And you heard Carrie Byers' testimony yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. And she said it was inappropriate for somebody to discuss a complaint with other employees of the department. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Based on that testimony of Carrie Byer, do you believe it was inappropriate for the people who you made the complaints to tell others about it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to have to focus on rumors about your boobs, for lack of a better word there. At some point, and you mentioned this already, there began to be rumors about your breasts. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. About how far into your employment with the Department of Corrections did that start?
6 months to a year.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to object to this entire line of questioning because this wasn't in the complaint. DOC did not have notice that this was going to be something that would be the subject of the complaint that we would need to be addressing. Rumors about boobs and questions about boobs that arose prior to the Lake Emily incident.
I don't know how you could possibly come to that conclusion. Do you have any? Can you point to anything in the complaint that would not?
Well, hold on. Because that's the first thing I'm doing is looking at this complaint. So the objection is that there isn't anything in this complaint regarding rumors or anything to do with Ms. Stolar's breasts prior to.
And I'm just going to find the complaint here.
Yeah, I have it. Well, we've already heard some testimony in regards to some of the other rumors, and those pertain to items that we discussed yesterday in terms of that were not here for issue. Those rumors are part of the record. It's been testified to. I will give them the appropriate weight. Now I'm looking to see for your particular motion as to that.
So there has been testimony from at least two witnesses, which is the key threshold determination here, from both Alicia Bischoff and Mr. Gerbinski about the rumors from before the phishing event, specifically about her breasts possibly affecting the behavior at the phishing event. That was namely, can we see your breasts? Boobs, and grabbing of her boobs. We've had that exact testimony from Miss Bischoff.
Absolutely.
Right.
And the grabbing of the boobs and can we see the boobs? Those clearly fall within numbered paragraphs in the complaint of 11 through 24, which I have already ruled on. I think the objection was any rumors about her boobs prior to. And your objection is that?
That isn't the type, I mean, that's not listed as a form of harassment that DOC was on notice of, that is subject to the complaint that it should be liable for in this case, because it wasn't something that was identified.
Well, at either portion of the complaint, I'm looking at, even though it's not part of today's hearing, we have number 9 that clearly there is a claim that there were rumors and comments from a Lieutenant Miller, labeling Ms. Stolar as being promiscuous, that she was pregnant from a coworker. Ms. Stolar's clearly testified about that with a coworker while you were out on medic leave. That testimony is there, but I'm not, and we did hear testimony yesterday about, apparently she'd had that possibly, I don't know for a fact that you had a breast augmentation, okay, but there's been enough discussion that has occurred. And that there had been commentary or rumors pertaining to that as well. But again, that's not part of what we're here today. Obviously, there were a lot of rumors going on. I think that's pretty clear. That there are rumors about this, that, and everybody under the sun. But I'm not saying anything in here in the complaint that really deals with that.
Well, you're not even allowing us to make an argument about it.
Okay.
Just for starters.
I haven't. I'm just looking at the complaint, trying to follow where even this objection's coming from. Okay? And yes, I'm going to hear from you. I'm just saying because the part of the thing is it's in the complaint. So first I want to even know is it is in the complaint. Okay? That's for my own edification. Now, what I'm telling you, that's what I see. I already know what testimony I've already heard. Attorney Hitchcock Cross, could you please elaborate on this, please, now, sir?
Great. So, first of all, the premise that because something is not in the complaint that we cannot talk about it is just false. That's not at all what the rules of fact pleading are. And I've heard that bandied about the ERD. I don't think it's surviving. I think that the rules are very clear about are allowed to put, because here's what the issue is, okay? Even with your ruling, which I understand but completely disagree with, the question is, here we are at the fishing trip, and but for these previous complaints, would the behavior at the fishing trip have occurred? Okay, and that's what the issue is. And to say that, hey, you can't even discuss anything, because we have this similar one, anything beyond 300 days, you can't discuss it. That's not how it works. It's still evidence that we can bring it in, that in what is evidence, Judge? It's anything that would support is more or less likely for a fact, for an allegation or defense. Okay, and that's all that is required here, is that it helps to show you that but for these rumors and allegations, that why are these people so obsessed with my client's breasts? That's what the issue is. And so with the fact that there is so much talk at all levels at this institution about treating her as if she's a piece of meat is absolutely evidence to the fact that they're treating her like piece of meat in the end, and why it's happening. Because again, what is the question here? The question is, did the DOC allow sexual harassment? And that the only way we can prove that is by showing what happened before that. So I understand what you've said about the nature of where the claims are limited to, and that's for relief, but that has nothing to do with evidence.
Correct. So, that's where I'm at, is that, yes, it's not in here in the complaint, but clearly the complaint is throughout. There's rumors, okay? To say anybody had no idea that there were rumors, or, it could have been a rumor about her big toe, okay? The fact is, there's been a gazillion million rumors. I have no idea who these rumors came from, because nobody's been able to tell me who exactly said what to whom, other than people were saying these things. But nonetheless, they're rumors. I think that's been very clear, that she has been the subject of a great deal of rumors. So, could you please continue? And that objection is overruled.
Great. Rumors about her breasts. Let's do this, and it may be that you were reluctant to identify specific people for whatever reason. But at least with regard to the white shirts that were discussing rumors about your breast, are you able to identify who those people are?
White shirts were Alicia Miller.
Okay?
Okay, I want to make sure we're all on the same page of understanding, identify, okay? In terms of, did you hear that they started with her, or did you hear those comments? Because if you heard from other people that said, Billy Bob told Joe, who told Mike, we think it started with Steve, I need to know that. If it's something that you directly heard, this individual was spreading a rumor about you, I need to know that too. Okay, because they're completely different things. So, you've listed a Captain Theander.
Judge, I think you're misunderstanding that. That's who she made Theander's who she made a complaint to. Right? And Beck is who she made a complaint to. Mary Mariani is someone she made a complaint to. Rich Key is someone she made a complaint to. What I just understood her to say, and maybe I'm wrong, is that Alicia Miller is someone she heard someone say a rumor about her, or she heard rumors from. That's what I'm understanding.
My mistake. My apologies. But my other stuff still stands. So, did you hear Alicia Miller say something about you?
Not to me personally.
Okay.
Huh? And who was the other white shirt that you heard saying rumors, or how? Let me rephrase that. Are there any other white shirts in which their rumors potentially flowed?
I heard rumors of white shirts, which would be Mason. I don't remember if he was a captain or lieutenant. Would be discussing with Miller in the rumors.
Okay. Let me, just for my understanding, during this time in question, where in the hierarchy, where was Lieutenant Miller to you?
Lieutenant Miller was, but you mean, I guess.
So, for example, was she a supervisor, co-worker, general supervisor, what?
She was a supervisor, and she was my unit supervisor.
Okay. And in that capacity, did she have access to information that other DOC employees, about you, that other DOC employees would not have?
Yes.
Okay. And are there any rumors that about you that you were later heard about that you're able to track back to information that just Lieutenant Miller had?
Objection foundation.
I think it more of compound.
All comments. All right, well, no, I understand, and let's have a clean record. So, my question then is, and I'll break it into two parts. It's my understanding, based on what you just said, that Lieutenant Miller had some information about you that nobody else would have because she's your supervisor. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. Then, my question is that of the rumors that you were hearing about you, were any of them, pertaining to information that just Lieutenant Miller would have?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what those are?
So I know one of them would have been that I had police contact because, in her words, I showed up to a lieutenant's house and there was an altercation, and then I got the cops called on me.
Okay.
Also, the people knowing that I was out on medical leave.
And to be clear, what, if anything, did people know about you being out on medical leave?
that I had a surgery.
Okay.
I don't remember. That's all I can remember. I think I can remember.
Okay. No problem. I'm still a little shook up from the police coming this morning, if you can believe that. Yeah.
Move to strike.
I'm gonna move to strike that from the record. It's not testimony. You've made it very clear that you found this extremely disturbing, sir, when this occurred.
Great.
And that is on the record.
Thank you so much for that.
Oh, I do remember another one.
Please.
There was a chart that me and my second officer for the unit made in our room, like by our lockers, and she took it up to the sergeant's bubble and discussed it with and asked who did that or who made it, and she came down to me and asked what it was, and that she was gonna go take it up and talk to Captain Theander to get me written up for frat and take it to Gruff to get written up for frat, and Captain Theander told her no, that that's not considered anything and it's not anything.
How do you know that's what Captain Theander said?
Because I talked to Captain Theander later on about it.
Okay. And why do you think she did that? That she tried to write you up for frat?
Objection speculative.
Do you know?
Because she does not like me, and she has continued, when I worked there, continued to harass me and try to get me written up for things that were not, and because I was a woman.
Okay.
But which again, it didn't come out to any investigation. Graf said no. But even 20 minutes to a half an hour later, for sure that day, there was already rumors and people calling me like, oh, you're getting written up for a frat, and what was this? And hey, just so you know, I Lieutenant Miller is going around talking to our sergeants about this and trying to get you written up for frat.
Okay.
I'm going to move to strike all of that. That's hearsay, and it's actually double hearsay.
It is double and as well as hearsay. I'm not going to strike it. I'm going to leave it as part of the record. I will, again, rules of evidence are a little bit lax. I will give it the weight that I feel is appropriate, but I am going to allow that. I'm sorry, Attorney Hitchcock. I did not give you an
You
opportunity.
sure didn't, and
So-
it's inappropriate, because I was going to say
Okay,
that
I
hearsay.
apologize.
I got it, so I appreciate that, and I was acknowledging what had happened. What I'm saying is that the fact of hearsay is not on point, because this is a party opponent that we're talking about. All of these employees are party opponents, so their statements are not hearsay. But thank you. Are you able to answer? Because we finished that question, right?
Well, now I'm going to officially make my ruling, which is, because I didn't finish, I stopped myself in the middle. I'm going to allow that in.
Great. So, think the last question on this section is simply this. All those informal complaints that you made, and I'm sorry, did you ever make a formal complaint against Miller?
Yes.
When was that?
I think that was the beginning of 2020.
Okay. And let me put that another way, ask you another way. How long approximately before the fishing trip was that?
Well, that would have been within a month.
Okay. And because my understanding is the fishing trip is on January 27th of, I think, 21? Or 20? Yeah, 21.
I think it was 20.
Okay.
20.
Thank you for that. Okay. So.
Yeah, so that would have been within the month.
Okay. So, did you, and I guess we'll start with the informal one. Based on your informal complaints about Alicia Miller to the Department of Corrections, do you believe that the Department of Corrections resolved the complaint?
No.
Okay. Based on your formal complaint about Alicia Miller prior to the fishing trip, do you believe that the Department of Corrections resolved your complaint?
No, and I got retaliated against.
Can you describe that, please?
We are now treading into areas that we have already discussed. We're really not for this portion of this hearing because now we're dealing in the areas of retaliation, possibly constructive discharge. All of these things were, especially as they pertain to Lieutenant Miller, for all the reasons placed on the record, we are focusing on the claims that essentially start with the fishing event, the sexual assault, the sexual harassment during the fishing event, the witnessing of that, what was done, what was not done, what may have been done, and that sort of thing. So I don't know how far you intend on getting into those areas, but essentially those would have been, and there's been some testimony all this already, and I will take that in light of my ruling yesterday. But basically we're dealing with paragraphs 3 through 10 in the complaint, as well as paragraphs 25 through 32. So I'm going to ask everyone to tread very lightly in light of that ruling. And I needed to place that on the record in anticipation of possible objections. So
great,
please
I appreciate
continue.
that. Are you finding that, and I appreciate with the that forewarning there, but are you finding then that whether or not the Department of Corrections retaliated against Joanna Stolar if she made a complaint against Alicia Miller is irrelevant to the paragraphs, as you say, at issue in this complaint?
Considering that was the issue, one of the issues was the retaliation claim, for which no probable cause was found. That portion of the complaint was dismissed. It is not before this hearing. The sole issue before this hearing is has been placed on the record exhaustively in terms of what I'm supposed to be hearing and what this issue is. And I will repeat it again as I have for a variety of things, a variety of times. It's whether or not the complainant can show by a preponderance of the evidence that the respondent violated the Wisconsin Fair Employment Law by discriminating against the complainant by engaging in and allowing sexual harassment. That is the sole issue that has always been before this tribunal.
Great, Judge. Can you now clarify the statement that I was asking to be clarified? And it's simply this. Are you finding that the retaliation allegation that she just made is irrelevant to the issue that you just described?
considering that allegation was dismissed as part of the no probable cause section and did not survive a finding of no probable cause, I cannot rule on issues. I cannot make a finding as to whether there was retaliation, whether there was constructive discharge, because none of those issues are before me. So
That still does not answer the question,
I
Judge.
believe it does.
It doesn't
and
answer the question, because the question is relevance, not whether the claim is before you. We just had a similar discussion, which I thought we were clear on the difference, and now I'm wondering and asking you to clarify, because I'm confused, and I think we're not on the same page. So, legally
I don't
speaking, the
see-
question I think is, for witness and testimony here, is this testimony relevant to these claims, not whether it was mentioned in something that was dismissed, or whether these claims are before you. The only issue is whether or not that fact, standing alone, it makes it more or less likely that the allegations at issue here are true or not. That's it. And I haven't, with respect, heard any criteria or any response on that issue. I've heard again you say what you think is at issue here, but the question before you now that we need clarification is simply this: is the retaliation relevant to the alleged discrimination at issue here?
Did either respondent wish to say anything in regards to that before I answer his question?
I guess I just want to reiterate that this simply is not relevant. The alleged, the boob grabbing or boob touching or whatever happened was a discrete act, and issues with Lieutenant Miller not liking her and these alleged rumors that are all coming in third hand and so forth are simply not relevant.
Any retaliatory aspect or constructive discharge or things of that nature in regards to Miss Miller, what did or did not happen, did anything come of it in regards to her and those actions, I believe are not relevant to this claim. I think that it's fully relevant once we get to Mr. Toutant, and if we ever get to Mr. Herzog, that gentleman, I've got Hartsign, I've got Herzog, I don't know what the gentleman's name is. It was mentioned again yesterday. Nobody has given me a proper spelling of that gentleman's name. Those are all relevant because those are the allegations. But as it pertains to Miss Miller, it's not. I've allowed some testimony in. I will give it the weight that it deserves. It, in theory, I could have blocked it, but there's some, I'm usually in favor of more rather than less. We'll sort it out. But now I believe we are definitely going against my ruling yesterday without any type of doubt. So the answer is no, it's not relevant.
Great, I appreciate that. I just want to be clear now, because we're in a Rutherford, we're in a Bowen, we're in a Burton. These heavy-handed evidentiary decisions are per se bias and reason for for a whole new hearing and for your removal as the fact finder here. The problem has been, as it always has been, that we are allowed. Again, you have the fact that there was a probable cause hearing or not does not means that we cannot argue those claims. It doesn't mean that any evidence regarding those claims can be restricted from the hearing. And even if it could, under some other theory, the fact that the appeals court and Lurk has time and time again instructed that the best practice and what you are to do is to allow the testimony, give it the weight that you prefer, and then have it be available for Lurk when they review the decision. And that has always been what the commandment is from here. It is interesting to me and rather startling that there is a departure from those commandments here, especially again in favor of the state of Wisconsin. So we will then move on. But I thank you, Judge, for putting that finding on the record. That was necessary. It only took 3 prompts. Hopefully we can be clear going forward.
Okay, the gratuitous commentary that you just did is part of that whole thing that I've been saying since prior to March 22nd is really not necessary. You don't need to thank me for putting on a ruling. It's just additional commentary that I think takes away from part of the decorum. I've issued a ruling. I tried to issue one before. You know, it is what it is. But no thanks are necessary, sir.
Well, it took 3 times.
Oh my goodness!
It took 3 times here for me to say, well, is it relevant to the claim at hand? And only after 3 times did you then make an adverse ruling to us. So that needs to be clear on the record. And that's what we've done.
Once again, my rulings speak for themselves. They were gone through it at great length as to why, as an administrative law judge, I can only hear the issues that are before me that have been certified to hearing. I do not have authority to have hearings on issues that are not certified before me.
Great,
I only have one certified issue, and that's been very clear. So, I don't understand what further clarification was needed, but obviously it was needed. Obviously it was needed several times just to, suffice. Either way, if we could just please move on.
Well, it didn't suffice. That's why I continued to raise the issue. It was because I asked 3 times repeatedly for clarification on the issue of was it relevant, and only on the 3rd time did we get that clarification. So that's why I said thank you for that. So, okay, Ms. Stolar, you were invited to a fishing trip. Is that true?
Yes.
How were you invited to this trip?
I got a email at work while I was at work.
Okay.
My DOC email.
And were you on a DOC computer at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And this invitation, what did it invite you to?
Fishing tournament held by the DCI in Fox Lake.
Okay. And do you know who sent that to you?
I don't know. Her.
And about how long had you been a DCI employee when you got the fishing trip invitation?
I think it was a year or a little over a year.
Okay. And why did you go to the fishing trip?
Because I thought it was a event, an outing they held, and everyone went, and people asked me if I was going.
Okay. When you say they, who are you talking about? They held. Who are you talking about?
The Dutch Correctional.
Okay. And when you say everybody, who are we talking about?
Well, everybody as in going, I thought that it was employees.
But other employees were telling you that...
Objection, leading.
Jeez Louise.
That's the same.
I didn't even finish the question.
When you say other employees were telling you, that is the beginning of an improper question on direct. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to please rephrase it, sir.
Well, how do you know it was an improper question?
I've already explained that with the first 4 words that came out of the question. So If we could
Okay,
just.
so
rephrase
just
it.
to be clear, I can't start another phrase, I can't use that phrase at the beginning of any question, is that right?
Please, Attorney Hitchcock Cross, I do not wish to have argument or discussion with you. Just ask her a question. Rephrase it if you can, please, sir.
Sure, I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
So, let's be clear. You can even remember the question when you can't get it out. Shocking.
Can you,
Please.
oh, it was just about my answer to the one before that.
Did you have more to add?
No.
Okay. When you say other employees, who are you talking about?
Never mind. I just thought.
Luther's and sweatshirts.
Okay. And they were asking you whether or not you were coming or something else?
Some were asking me, some were talking about it and that they were going and getting in conversation about everyone going.
Okay. So you went with Mr. Grabinski, is that true?
Yes,
Okay, why did you ask? Did you ask him to come with you?
yes.
Why?
Because I fish with him, I do everything with him, that kind of stuff, and I had never been to one of a work event before,
Okay.
so I wanted him to come along.
Okay. I think I saw somewhere on the invitation that it was for DCI people only. Do you recollect that?
Objection. Misstates evidence.
I'm going to allow the question because I think he's asking her for clarification as to that was his understanding. Do you recall? The question could have been in a different form, but
At this time, I don't remember.
Okay. And I guess to back up a step, do you know if Mr. Grabinski works at the Department of Corrections?
He does not.
Okay. And you knew that at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did that have anything to do with why you invited him? Sorry, did the fact that Mr. Grabinski did not work for the Department of Corrections have anything to do with why you invited him?
No.
Okay.
It was just someone I was comfortable with. I didn't know. I wasn't close with very many people. And again, I had never been to a work event before, so that was.
Okay. When you first got to the fishing event, what did you do?
I met Kale, and we went and set up my tip-ups.
Okay.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. I apologize. So when you first got there, you met and then
I met Kale.
Kale?
Yep, Samplowski.
Okay.
and we went and set up my tip-ups.
Is it Kale or Kyle?
Kale, like kale.
Okay. It's America. We're all good on that
You
one?
said like the lettuce? Or like the green?
Like Kale.
Okay.
Kale.
We're ready?
Yes, I
Great.
just want to make sure I've got proper spelling because it's not something I've heard. Okay.
Okay. So, tip up, set up. After that, what did you do?
I think we just talked, and then Steve, by the time I got my tip-up set up, Steve was there,
Okay.
and then we went and got Steve, and we set up his tip-up.
And Steve, you're talking about Steve Grabinski.
Yes.
Okay. So this is you, Mr. Samplowski, Mr. Grabinski setting up Mr. Grabinski's tip-ups.
It was just me and Gabrinsky that set up his tip-ups.
Got it. Okay. After that, what did you do?
Went back to the group of people, and we were just talking.
Okay.
I'm going to interrupt testimony at this time. Miss Stolar, I see you're holding some index cards and a pen, and you keep referring down to the index cards. Are those notes by chance?
Just my remembering of things.
I'm going to ask you to please put those down and not to refer to those.
Okay. Yeah, there's nothing about that.
It's just not what we're allowed to do.
Okay.
If there's something for some reason that you're asked and you don't recall, you need to let whoever asking you that say, I don't recall. And then what they do is say, is there anything that could refresh your recollection? And then they will provide it to you, whether it's a statement or something else.
Okay.
But during a hearing, you're not to refer to your answers or your notes or anything like that. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. So I think we were getting to a circle before we were interrupted. Was that right? After the tip-ups, what happened? We'll go back to that.
I think we just went back to the group and we talked.
Okay. And when you said group, and maybe I said circle, how was the group formed at that time?
At that time, there was just little groups of people around, and then there's some more spread out.
Okay. Set out. Okay. And at that time, were people drinking alcohol?
Never mind.
What?
Never mind. Never mind. I'm not going to object.
Great.
Yes.
Okay. And how about you? Were you drinking at that time?
I hadn't started yet.
Okay. And at some point, I guess, then what happened?
Well, we were just talking a bit, and then I did, I got a fish, and I went and talked to, said hi to the supervisors.
And just back up for a second. The supervisors, are these the white shirts we're talking about?
Yes,
And were they separate from the rest of the group at some point?
yes,
Okay, and then so you went over to that group.
yeah.
Okay, got it. Sorry, continue, please.
And then I went and used the bathroom with a white shirt.
Who was that?
Mary Mariani.
Okay.
Um,
And do you know Mary Mariani?
Not outside of work, outside of the DOC, but I've known her from talking to her at the DOC.
Got it. Okay. So you go to the bathroom, and then what happens?
We came back outside, back to the fishing tournament. And people kind of just talked more. Then we were just continuing to talk, and now by that time it was a little bit later.
Okay. Let me just freeze you right there. Do you recall who's to your right and your left at that point?
Later on,
Oh, okay. Maybe we're not that far. Okay, so and maybe I'll just back up then and say that what happened next.
we were talking, and then it was getting closer, so more people, like, to closer to the end of the fishing tournament. So the groups kind of came closer together and got around each other, and were talking.
And when you say groups, do you mean the white shirt group?
Yes.
Okay, and what other groups are you talking about?
There was a little group of people I didn't know, kind of on the other side of us, that didn't really, they did their own thing for most of the day that I saw, at least.
Okay. And can the record reflect that when I asked that question, that Attorney Olmanson shot a glance at the judge and then didn't say anything after that? Moving on, I would say...
Hold on.
Mhm.
I'm writing down closer to the end of the tournament, groups came closer, and then in parentheses, some white shirts, and then there's people that didn't know. At what point did what just happen?
Sorry, while I was asking the question, Attorney Olmanson shot you a glance, and I wanted the record to reflect that.
Okay, well, I didn't see it. I'm not looking at it. Obviously, it's on the record. You just stated it.
Great. So, at some point at the fishing tournament, were you sexually assaulted?
Yes.
Okay. About when did that happen?
I can't remember the exact time, but it was close to the end of the fishing event, before we went up to the restaurant.
Okay, so let's forward to that period in time there. What were you doing before you were sexually assaulted?
I was talking to Mary Mariani and Tom Mariani and some other people that I don't remember their names.
Okay. Just to pause there. Tom Mariani, Mary Mariani, do they have any relationship that you know of?
They were married.
Okay. And, okay, so, and is this, you're talking to them immediately prior to the incident, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. When the incident happened, how far away were Tom Mariani and Mary Mariani?
Less than 10 feet.
Okay. Mary Mariani, I think we established, was a captain.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the rank, if any, of Tom Mariani?
I think he was a lieutenant.
Okay. So both white shirts, in other words?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of your discussion with the Marianis, if you recall?
I don't recall what it was at that point in time.
Okay. And then what is the next thing you recall after? I guess let me. Did at any point did your conversation with the Marianis terminate? Did it end?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, for the time being, yeah.
Okay. And then what happened?
I turned around and was talking to Kale and Steve Garinsky.
Okay.
And there was a couple other gentlemen. And I was getting warm, and I'm like, and my back hurt at that time, and I was talking about that I could really go for a back rub or get a massage or something. That I hadn't had one in a long time, and I started taking my coat off.
About how long were you talking about back rub?
Maybe a minute, maybe 2 minutes.
Okay. And do you know who Mr. Touton is?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who he was at that time?
No.
Okay. And to be clear, could you, at that time, during the phishing event prior to the sexual assault, would you have been able to point out Mr. Touton in a lineup, for example?
Yes. I guess I should say I met him that day at the fishing tournament. It was the first time I talked to him.
Okay. And generally speaking, did you work with him at DCI?
Yes, he worked at DCI. We saw each other in passing. If I worked a different shift or a different post, and or if I was on a post that would have like a first responder duty along with it.
I got it. Did you ever discuss your boobs with Mr. Touton?
No.
Okay. Do you know who Mr. Hartsign is?
Yes.
Did you know him on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And had you worked with him prior to the fishing trip?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever discuss your boobs with Mr. Hartsign?
No.
Okay. Did you ever invite Mr. Touton to touch your breast at any time?
No.
Okay. Then what happened?
Mr. Touton came behind me and said, "I'll give you a back rub."
Okay.
And that was as I was taking my coat off. And it was kind of like, ooh, like, that's why, and I was like, okay, like, it wasn't like, I don't know, I was just very surprised when he said it. It was all very quick when he put his hands on my back.
Did he have your permission to touch you before he touched you?
No.
Okay. Did you call 911?
I did call the police on him, yes.
Okay, but afterwards, not at that time.
Yes, afterwards.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry there. We got diverted by 911 for a second. That was pretty traumatic this morning. Didn't you agree?
Move to strike.
Yes, this is, it's already been placed on the record. I
I'm
think
still
before every
traumatized.
pause, we don't need to continue adding it to the record.
Well, every
Please.
time I'm distracted because I recall that the opposing counsel brought state force to bear upon me and the complainant, I'm going to bring it into the record here. So I hope you can appreciate that. But if you think that not bringing that into the record, then we shouldn't mention the fact that the opposing counsel said 911, called 911, and you're ordering us not to do that, then by all means put that on the record and we'll comply with that order.
I'm not ordering it, but it is in the record. I don't see where it needs, I will have a continuous standing order that expresses your opinion throughout the entire duration of the remainder of this hearing. It's in there. I'm just saying that to make a commentary over and over and over again between questions is a bit much. It's been very clear how you feel about what happened, sir.
Sure.
And it is in the record. But I'm not going to order you not to keep saying it.
Great.
But then I keep getting an objection to strike. So if we want to rule on this each and every time, then right. Objection to strike is denied. Attorney Hitchcock Cross, could you please continue with your question?
Thank you, Judge. Okay. So, after you didn't give Mr. Toutant permission to touch you, but he touched you, then what happened?
He continued to give me a back rub, and he went down my back and wrapped his hands under my arms and grabbed my boobs and picked me up by my boobs and fondled me.
Okay. About how long did that happen? Let me ask a different question. How did that make you feel?
I was in shock and embarrassed and there was angry. I was very my emotions were everywhere, and it was kind of just like, what just happened?
How, if anything, did you react physically while the sexual assault was taking place?
Well, I had to squirm out of his arms for him to drop me.
Was that painful?
No.
Okay, the squirming part?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm going to sustain that.
Huh. What, I guess, because I'm not clear, so we'll see if other people are. Did the lifting you up off the ground, did that cause you pain?
Not physical pain.
Okay. Did it cause you emotional pain?
Yes.
Okay, how so? Can you describe that?
And I felt like a piece of meat. I felt mad. I felt embarrassed. I felt sexualized. Did I say sad?
While you were being picked up off the ground and sexually assaulted by Toutant, did Tom Mariani say anything?
No.
Did he do anything?
No.
Okay. While you were being picked off the ground and sexually assaulted by Mr. Toutant, did Mary Mariani say anything?
No.
Did she do anything?
No.
Okay. How about Cale Simplowski? Did he say or do anything?
No.
Okay. And did anybody that was employed by the DOC that was at that event say or do anything in response to Mr. Toutant pulling you off the ground by your breast?
No.
And how did that make you feel?
Very angry, betrayed. we as coworkers are supposed to have each other's backs, and we're supposed to protect each other in the instances, and that went through my mind of how am I supposed to expect them to protect me in an instance in the prison if something were to happen to me, being assaulted again in the prison by an inmate. So I didn't trust them.
Okay. And the job that you had is physically dangerous, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a law regarding, set up by the federal government to try to eliminate prison rape that you know of?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware of that at this time? Sorry, at the time of the fishing trip.
Can't remember if I was aware at that time or not.
Okay. Now, we heard some, I guess, was there anybody besides Mr. Toutant who participated in the sexual assault event, for lack of a better word?
Do you mean like there physically?
Right.
There was his friend that was in front of me.
Okay, and what was that friend doing?
He was bent over, dancing, twerking.
Did that person touch you at any time?
No.
Okay, did it look to you that it was coordinated?
Yes.
Okay, why?
Because right when Toutant grabbed my boobs, he was right there doing it.
Okay, basically occurred at the same time, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that person was, the mysterious dancer?
I don't remember.
Okay. At some point, Mr. Toutant stopped, is that true?
After I squirmed out of his arms, yeah, and told him that wasn't appropriate.
Okay. And did you use those words, it's not appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what he did after that?
He ran off.
Okay. And by ran off, do you literally mean he ran away?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what the dancer did?
I don't remember what he did.
Okay.
I just kind of remember people's faces at that time. I don't remember what he did.
I understand. What do you remember about people's faces at that time?
Some were laughing.
Okay.
Some looked as if they were shocked of what just happened.
Let me pause you right there. Of the people that were laughing, about how many do you think there were?
Less than 10.
Okay. Do you have an estimate of how many people were in the group?
At that time, I think there was there had to have been at least 30 to 40 of us.
Okay. Somewhere between a third and a fourth are laughing. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. How did that make you feel?
I was embarrassed.
And the people that were laughing, you knew them all to be your coworkers, right?
Objection leading?
Rephrase, please.
Do you recall? Do you know if you worked with the people who were laughing?
Yes, some of them.
Okay. Did you know? Were there anybody in the group that you think was not a DCI employee?
I know there was a gentleman from Fox Lake there.
Okay, fair enough. Let me back up then. Since all this happened to you, did you have occurrence to make any requests for records of the Department of Corrections?
Did I have what?
Did you make any public records requests to the DOC?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And what did you obtain in those records requests?
I obtained the Miller investigation, the Toutant investigation, I feel like there was something else, but I don't know if I remember at this time.
Okay. And did you read, after you got the two-ton investigation, did you read it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see any of the statements that people gave in regard to the two-ton investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And based on the statements you read, do you believe that people are lying?
Yes.
Why?
Because, well, the events or things that were said in them did not happen. And some of those people that were asked, questioned, were right there when it happened.
Okay. And do you feel that you witnessed them witness the event?
Yes, and some of them I talked to about it after.
Okay.
So they knew about it.
And when you talked to them, did they tell you that they had seen what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Just skipping ahead a bit, did you talk to any of these officers, any of the people who gave statements while they were giving statements?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't mean in the room with them, I just mean at about the same time.
I hadn't talked to any of them about it.
Okay.
I did talk to officers about it. Yes, I did talk to them, some of them about it, I guess, just about what happened, or they asked me if I was okay.
Did anybody tell you why they gave statements the way they gave statements?
I did not talk to anyone about it.
Okay.
Or why they, at least that I can recall, I didn't ask anyone what happened or why they would say that.
And when you saw statements by your coworkers that said that they hadn't seen something that you knew that they had seen, how did that make you feel?
Again, betrayed.
Okay.
Mad. Like they didn't have my back. And again, coming back to my line of work of how do I trust these people to have my back if something bad were to happen.
Okay. Who is the first DOC white shirt, if any, that you told about the Toutant sexual assault?
Well, Mary Mariani talked to me about it right after it happened.
Okay, what did she say to you?
And she just asked if I was okay.
Okay.
And that I just told her how I felt.
What did you tell her?
That it was super embarrassing and I didn't understand why he would do that, and it was not okay to do to me, and I didn't understand it.
Okay. And when you told that to Mariani, do you know if she started an investigation?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you know if she told anybody else?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
And Attorney Zacard indicates she needs a break. I could use one too.
It's 1 o'clock.
Mhm.
How many more questions do you
We got a
have?
lot.
Is this good breaking time?
Sure.
Okay.
We're just going to get her done today is what needs to happen. So.
Well, yeah, we're going to work very diligently. So we're not going to take a 45-minute or an hour lunch break. Okay? It is now 1 o'clock. People feed their meters, walk around. I would like everybody back here by 1:35, ready to go. Okay?
Put these up here so I don't play with them.
Okay, we are back on the record. Appearance is the same. Ms. Stolar, you are still under oath. Attorney Hitchcock Cross.
Thank you. So I think we were last at the Marianis and Sapowski, and actually no, I think we moved beyond that. Okay. So, did you tell anybody after Mariani, who's the next DOC white shirt, if any, that you told about the sexual assault after Mariani?
I think I talked to Captain Leander.
Okay. And when you say talk to, can you explain to us what that means?
I told him that what happened, that I was sexually assaulted and sexually harassed at the fishing event.
Okay.
And that people were talking about it and making comments to me like, oh, Johanna, do you want another back rub? And spreading rumors about it, and that I was dancing in the bars and I was stripping. And I told them that I did not give them consent to say that stuff about me.
Okay. Did you call 911 at that time?
No.
Okay. I guess then I'm going to back up for a little bit, so hopefully we can do that together. We're going to go back to the fishing event then, and after, I think at that point, and just for my clarification, I recall we talked about the sexual assault, we talked about Mr. Touton running away, and we talked about the lack of reaction. Is that what you remember?
Yes.
Okay.
And that I talked to Mariani, yeah, after.
I appreciate that clarification because maybe I should have asked that. Where and when, if you recall, did you talk to Mariani?
I believe she said something out on the ice while we were still there right after it happened. And then just a little bit at the bar.
Okay. And so, and thank you for
Restaurant.
my recollection that there was a conversation that you had, are you okay, something along those lines,
Yeah.
is that right? Okay, and that was with Mariani.
Yeah.
Okay, we talked about that, but then there was a second conversation?
I believe so, at the restaurant.
Okay, I got it. Well then let's go to the restaurant. While you were at the restaurant, what happened?
Well, we went in there, we did some of the prizes, and then me and Steve sat down to eat. And then again, Jason Toutant came and sat next to me and with his buddy. And again, tried apologizing. I ignored him. I was eating. And then his buddy said something about my boob job. And again, I ignored him, but Steve yelled at him and told him just to go away.
And do we know who the buddy is at this point?
I don't remember who it was.
But it's the same, it's a dancing fellow.
Yeah.
Okay. I got it. Okay, so, and maybe I misunderstood it. Where were you sitting at that point?
On a table, like the bar is here, and then the table was right over here to the left.
Okay, and were you and Mr. Grabinski sitting at the table?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then these two DOC employees came up to you? Okay.
Objection. I don't think all that information is in evidence. She said she didn't know who the person was about.
Sure, that may be fair. Do you have any reason to believe that the person who waggled their behind in conjunction with Mr. Toutant's sexual assault was a DOC employee?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Because I do remember them talking about it.
And can you clarify what you mean by them?
Toutant and that guy, and then he was next to, I think, he was in the group with like Peters and Johnston.
And those are all DOC employees?
Yeah.
Okay. And this was a DOC employee fishing trip, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, I might just be a little slow after lunch here. What, if anything, did those two DOC employees say to you at the table?
Objection asked and answered.
No, I thought we had to get the question on whether or not we knew about the DOC employee. I didn't think we got the answer to that.
That was second. The first question you asked was you wanted to know where and when she had talked to Mary Mariani.
Mm-hmm.
First answer was immediately out on the ice right after.
Mm-hmm.
The second conversation was they talked a little bit about it at the bar and restaurant, and then you wanted to get into that. She then stated that at the bar and restaurant they first gave out prizes, and then she sat down to eat. She referred to him as Steve. I put it in my notes as Mr. Grabinski. And then that's when Toutant and this second, I keep calling him the second guy because I don't know his name. And that's what we have historically referred to him about.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they approached. He kept trying to apologize. And then it's this second guy, the same one that danced in front of her, wiggling his rear end.
Yes.
I believe you referred to it as twerking. Mr. Bernstein just kind of said it was inappropriate and, waving. But twerking I can recognize because I've heard that phrase before. Anyway, it was that guy who then said something about about a boob job. You didn't recall, who he was or recall exactly what he said. But Mr. Grabinski was very clear and said, "Go away."
Mm-hmm.
And then we had an objection to your question that had to deal with the second guy, and that's when you clarified it as to whether or not she believed he was a DOC employee, because your question referred to him that way, and she explained that she recalls Toutant and the second guy talking about DOC, particularly with she saw them with a Peterson group. I don't know who all was involved in that group.
Judge, I think I can fix the objection now. I'll withdraw the question.
Okay.
Okay.
But that's kind of the flow of stuff.
That was extremely helpful. I appreciate it. It was after lunch, and what I missed was simply this. Is it the case then, based on what the judge said, and actually what you testified to, that Mr. Toutant, when he came up to you with Mr. Grabinski at the table, was apologizing to you?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I didn't hear and understand. I appreciate and apologize to everybody there. Okay, but then while he's apologizing, the other mystery second guy is saying, is he talking about your boob job, or what is that dialogue like?
All I can remember is he was just talking about my boob job, and then they heard they felt nice.
Okay. And did that seem strange to you that Mr. Toutant is apologizing and the other guy is talking about your boobs at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was very inappropriate.
Did that make you feel that Mr. Toutant's apology was sincere?
No.
Okay. Okay. I think we've got that event straightened out. Then what happened at the restaurant?
Well, Steve went to the front of the bar because I think he was looking at the other prizes or the board of who won like the fish and stuff like that. I went up on the other side of the bar by myself to get some water, and I sat there and again. A few minutes later, Toutant came and again started talking to me. And
what was he saying generally, if you recall?
he was apologizing again, but I don't know, the rest of it. I don't remember.
Okay, and while he's apologizing, is he saying more than "I'm sorry"?
He tried to make small talk with me, but I don't remember exactly what was being said.
Okay. Did you feel that was appropriate?
No.
And you didn't give consent for him to say those things to you?
I did not give consent to say anything to me.
Okay. Did you feel his conduct at that time was disorderly?
Objection, relevance, and also I think that this has to do more with what happened this morning.
Okay, I'm not going to entertain that second portion of that comment. The question relies on is asking more for a legal conclusion as to what is and what is not disorderly conduct. I would ask that, I'm going to ask attorney, so that's the problem I have with the objection itself. I'm not making a ruling yet. I would like to hear from attorney Hitchcock Cross.
That's why I said feel. I didn't say is it. I just asked her if she felt that it was disorderly conduct. That's why. That's the question. So I think
I know, but disorderly conduct is a legal term of art. It could possibly be a criminal charge or a forfeiture. I don't know that she understands what that means.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask if you could rephrase that in any way. Was it appropriate? Did she feel it was, completely out of the order?
I'll take it from here, Judge. Thank you. You were here this morning, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you hear Andrea Olmanson discuss disorderly conduct?
Yes.
Okay. Based on her definition of disorderly conduct this morning, can you tell us whether or not you felt that Toutant was acting disorderly when he was apologizing to you at that time?
No, he sexually assaulted me. That's what it was.
Okay.
I didn't want to be by my assaulter. Talk to my assaulter. I did not personally leave.
And you didn't give him consent to come talk to you, right?
No, I was staying away from him.
Did you do anything at that time to make him, because as I understood it, the first time Mr. Grabinski was there and told him to go away,
Yeah.
right? The second time, was there anything done to tell Mr. Toutant to leave?
Other than me no, I turned away from him at
Okay.
the bar to ignore him.
So that was the signal that you were giving him, is that
Yeah.
fair? Okay. Now, I don't know if we're at the right time, but I'll risk it. Where in this timeline, did you talk to Mary Mariani the second time yet, or no?
I think it was when I went to the bathroom, so no, not yet.
Okay. So what happened after the second time he came up to you to apologize?
Well, I was sitting there and there was a little group right in front of us that Alex Hartzheim was in, and Lana Webster, and some other people that I don't remember who they were talking to.
And sorry, let's just for the record here, Alexander Hartzheim. Who do you know if he's a DLC employee?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what rank, if any, he held?
He's a sergeant.
Okay. Oh, so this, and do you know what rank Toutant is?
A sergeant.
So 2 sergeants. Okay.
Yep.
And there was a Lana Webster, I heard. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you know if she works at the DLC?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what rank, if any, she holds?
She's a captain.
Oh. Okay. So that's the Captain Webster we were talking about before, right?
Yes.
Okay. And was she was Captain Webster out in the circle out on Lake Emily?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe that she witnessed the sexual assault?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, we're jumping around, but that's how these traumatic things go from time to time. Captain Lana Webster, Sergeant Alexander Hartzheim are. Where are they? In the bar.
They were right in front of me.
Okay. And then what happened?
Kale came up and talked to me.
That's Mr. Samplowski again?
Yes.
Okay.
And I was talking to him, and then Kale was talking to Toutant. I don't know, because I wasn't trying to get in that with them.
Okay.
Kale walked away, and then Hartzheim came into that conversation while Kale was there. And then Kale left, and Hartzheim asked me to see my boobs, and I was like, no, that's really inappropriate.
And I'm sorry, just to back you up there, prior to him asking to see your boobs, what contact, if any, did you have with Mr. Hartzheim?
Just at work when Lana Webster, the captain, would do her rounds. He would walk around with her.
Were they friends or something?
No, they were dating.
They were dating. Okay. So this was a sergeant and a captain in a dating relationship.
Correct.
Working together.
They weren't working together. He just left his post to go walk around with her.
Okay. I got it. And that's probably a violation of policy, right?
Objection, leading and irrelevant.
It also calls for speculation. I think you need to ask her, are you aware of any policy in regards to dating, or she's already defined fraternization between employees?
No problem. I got it. Okay. So you're aware of the DLC's policies, right? And you went to the academy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of the post orders at the DCI?
The post orders, yes.
Okay. And was it a violation, based on your knowledge and experience, of the post orders for Sergeant Hartzheim to be following Lana Webster about the DCI.
Objection assumes the fact not in evidence. It doesn't say that there was no testimony that he was following her around.
Attorney Hitchcock Cross.
I mean, that's what I heard. I heard following her around.
He accompanied her, is what she said. He accompanied her, he left, they walked around together. Not that, following, I'm getting the impression the guy's stalking her. You know, it's unwelcomed. So, and that's not what I believe your testimony was. I believe your testimony was that he walked with her.
You want me to? I can-
So,
You should please tell us what really
just
happened.
tell us what happened.
It was frequently known and frequently saw that he would leave his post
Okay?
to go walk around with Webster.
Okay. And was something you personally witnessed?
Multiple times.
Thank you.
Okay. And Webster's the captain, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the guy who is going with the captain is a sergeant, right?
Correct.
Okay. And one of these people could be described as a leader, is that fair to say? The captain?
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad we clarified fire. Okay. So, these two DOC employees who are in a dating relationship are with you. Part of the question I think I didn't make clear, or that was inartful, was this. What I'm asking really is before, at that moment when he comes up to you at the bar, had Mr. Hartzheim said anything to you?
At the fishing event?
At all? Yeah.
No.
Okay. And then prior, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm imagining a situation where, and I'll put it point blank to you. This is what I'm trying to ask. You're with him, he says something to you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
About your, can I see your boobs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Before that, is that just the first thing that he says to you, or is there some other conversation that occurs before that?
No, that was the first thing he came up and said to me.
Okay. I'm sorry for that, but thank you for making that clear. Okay. So after he says, can I see your boobs, did Captain Webster see this?
She heard it.
She heard it, right. Okay. And how do you know that?
Because she looked at me,
Okay.
and I specifically looked at her.
Okay.
And he continued to do it, and continued to say he heard that I got a boob job and they felt really nice, and I told him that he needed to stop, that it was inappropriate, and especially more inappropriate in what was the word used for that? Disrespectful to say that, especially right in front of his girlfriend,
Okay.
who's standing right there.
And your coworker, right?
Yes.
Okay. And apparently also your supervisor, is that right?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
I'm gonna overrule that. She's already testified the rank and who supervises who. So let's just
Okay.
continue.
So, now are you aware of, I guess based on your training and knowledge and experience with the Department of Corrections, do you believe that there is a made aware of policy at the DLC? I can put that another way. Do you believe that officers at the Department of Corrections are required to report misconduct when they're aware of it?
Yes.
Okay, do you think that they're required to report sexual misconduct if they're aware of it?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Because of our training.
Okay, meaning somebody from the Department of Corrections told you or something else?
Yes.
Okay,
And when we did our training, like in our actual training, before we went into the prison, they gave us like a big book of stuff.
Okay. And do you believe that Captain Webster was made aware of Mr. Hartsign's sexual comments to you?
Yes, I know she did, because when she pulled him away finally, after she saw I was getting really mad and frustrated about it and yelling at him, she pulled him away and said sorry and kept walking.
Who did she say sorry to?
Me.
Okay. And so is this situation different from the sexual assault when nobody stopped the sexual assault? Is that fair?
Can you say that again?
Sure. As I understood it, the sexual assault with Toutant, for example, there was a white shirt there, for example, Captain Mariani, right?
Yes.
And that situation, Captain Mariani did not stop the sexual assault, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And now the second one we're talking about, there is a Captain Webster there, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But in that time, although it continues for multiple times where he's asking to see your breast, eventually Captain Webster stops it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if Captain Webster wrote up a report on Sergeant Hartsheim after that event?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And did you make a public records request to the Department of Corrections?
Yes.
And did in that public records request, did they ever provide you with any information regarding to investigation into Mr. Alexander Hartsheim for the events just described?
I don't think there was even one.
Okay. Now, after the Department of Corrections captain pulled the Department of Corrections sergeant away from you when the Department of Corrections sergeant was asking to see your boobs repeatedly, what happened next?
I turned around and I didn't realize that Kale was sitting right behind me. And he's like, dude, are you okay? I was like, I don't understand it. I really don't get it. And then I just continued to drink my water, and then eventually we ended up leaving.
Okay, based on Mr. Samplowski's comments, do you believe that Mr. Samplowski witnessed the let me see your boobs incident?
Yeah, I know he did.
Okay. Now, backing up a second here, I understood you to say something along the lines of, I hear your boobs feel great from Mr. Hartsheim. Is that correct? Or I hear they feel nice. Is that more accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe that was.
And I'm paraphrasing. Do you know where he got that information from?
The only thing I can think of was Toutant and the rumors around the DOC.
Okay.
Being told about my boobs and my boob job.
Had you ever previously talked to Mr. Toutant about your boobs?
I never talked to Toutant before that or saw him.
Okay.
Or realized if I saw him. How about that?
And did you ever give him consent to ask you if you could see your boobs repeatedly?
No.
No, okay. And based on Andrea Olmanson's definition of disorderly conduct, do you believe that he was acting disorderly at that time?
No, he was sexually harassing me and assaulting.
I got it. Okay. Okay. So, what happened after that, if anything?
After that, I just went home.
Okay.
After the fishing event.
Now, did you make a complaint about the phishing event to anybody? I guess I'm going to say, scratch that, a formal complaint to anybody at the Department of Corrections after the phishing event?
Yes, I did.
Okay, when about did you do that?
I think it was the week after. I think that was like the first week of February.
Okay. And what was the nature of the complaint?
I wanted, I filed for sexual assault against Jason Touton. I filed sexual harassment against Hartzheim.
With the Department of Corrections?
With the Department of Corrections, yes.
Got it, okay. When you say filed for, can you just explain what that...
I did an intake interview. I filled out paperwork that I was supposed to. I talked to the lady down there in her office.
Is that potentially the chief HR person at the institution?
I do not remember her name.
Okay. And do you believe that that started, based on your review of the public records, do you believe that that started the investigation into Touton or something else?
No, I mean, they didn't, as far as I know, regarding Touton, there was no investigation at that time being taken care of. Okay.
And I want to be clarified, between the time of the trip and the fishing trip and the time that you made a formal complaint, it's your understanding that there was no complaint that anybody else had started?
No, there was none.
No investigation?
No.
Okay. And at least Captain Mariani and Captain Webster witnessed these events?
And also asked and answered.
I agree with the asked and answered. I'm not so sure about the leading.
Here's the problem, Judge. I don't think we've gotten all the way to the point that she made this complaint yet. I know we've gotten to the point where she talked to Mariani and she talked to Webster. Got that part. It's
Yep.
now between Webster, when she talked to them, and now when she filed the complaint. So that's the time in question that I think that question, the time that question answered, or would answer if it was allowed to continue.
But
hold on. She already said that, in her opinion, she didn't believe that either Mariani, Hart's Songs, whatever this gentleman's name is, that either of them ever began any type of investigation based on the events that they may or may not have witnessed at either fishing event or at this bar. She's not aware of anything having been done. So in that thing, I think we've answered that. She's not aware of that.
Great.
She then issues a formal complaint the first week of February.
Mm-hmm.
And she says that she issued a complaint as it pertains to Touton in regards to sexual assault. She also issued one in terms of harassment as it pertains to the Hart gentleman, Hartzheim, Hart Song. She filled out the forms. She talked to a lady at the office. She doesn't recall her name. But prior to that, her last words were, she does not believe that there was any investigation that had been completed or begun prior to her personally going and doing it herself.
Great. So that answers that question. Okay. So, can I continue?
Yeah, but that's why I think...
I understand.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Okay. So, you did an intake interview. After that intake interview, did you talk to any investigators?
Investigators of the DOC?
Good question. Yeah, we're just focused on DOC right now.
Okay, I feel like I may have, but I don't remember at this time without information in front of me.
Okay. Got it. Did you ever file any criminal complaint of any kind?
Yes.
What did you file?
Sexual assault on Jason Toutant.
And when did you do that?
I did that after I filed the one at work. I think it was just later that night or the next day.
Okay. And now I understand. Okay, so it's true that you filed the formal DOC complaint before you filed the criminal charges, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Now I think we got it. Can you briefly walk us through what you know of what happened with the criminal charges to Mr. Toutant?
I know that I talked to some of the investigators or the attorney, and they asked me what I wanted done, and I told them I wanted charged for sexual assault and maybe that he should be put into like a drinking program.
Why did you feel that drinking had anything to do with the sexual assault?
I don't feel like it did.
Huh.
I just know that a lot of if he had a drinking issue, that would help him.
Got it. And there's no question in your mind that you filed a separate complaint against Alexander Hartzheim? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. So,
So,
please judge.
with police? Because it's confusing.
Okay.
With the police, you
Oh,
filed
no,
a second?
just with the DOC.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Okay. So besides talking to the investigators, did you have any other communications with the criminal authorities in that regard? Okay.
No.
Did you learn if anything happened to Mr. Toutant criminally as a result of what happened on Lake Ellen?
Not until just recently.
And what did you learn?
That he wasn't charged with it. That he was charged with disorderly conduct instead.
Okay. And do you know how or why that happened?
I don't know I don't know anything about the case. No one told me anything.
Okay. And was there a victim advocate in contact with you at any time?
I believe I only heard from them when I wrote my statement, and that was it.
In the beginning.
Or I think in the beginning. I don't recall ever hearing from them again.
Okay. Now let's talk about after Lake Emily going back to work. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So at some point, I guess, how long between the lake when you were sexually assaulted by Sergeant Toutant, the DOC employee, did you return back to work for the Department of Corrections?
Well, I worked that week. I ended up leaving for medical leave. I think I was on medical leave on the 4th.
Okay. So, and we can probably get to the medical leave if we need to, but between, I mean, is it just a couple of days when you're back in the institution after the sexual assault, or what are we just, generally speaking, what are we talking about?
I would say a week. There was
Okay.
a week between there that I was still working. Was it the full week? I don't remember because I know I had a day off, like a week or like a Saturday. Maybe that was my Saturday that I had off, and then I worked Sunday. So from like Emily till when I went on leave was a week.
I got it. And I'm sorry if I'm not being clear, but what I'm trying to get at is, was it the next day that you had to go back to work? Was it 2 days, a couple? You don't remember, something along those lines? That's an example of what we're trying to get at.
Yeah. I think it was the next day.
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
I understand. Okay. And how did you feel about going back to work more or less the next day?
I did not want to.
Why not?
Because I know I was going to be harassed. I know they were gonna make me not want to be there even more than I did want to be.
Okay. And I'm trying to think of a good word, but when you're saying didn't want you to make there, what were you? Well, let's just find out what happened. When you actually went back to work, were those fears realized?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain how?
There was more rumors about, again, about people making fun of me, about getting my boobs touched, or, hey, I hear your boobs feel nice, and again, do you want to back rub, Johanna? I can give you one anytime. And that officer was Johnston that said that to me.
And I'm sorry, just so we're all clear, this is saying it to you face to face while you're at the institution. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, he wasn't an officer, he was a sergeant.
Okay. There's a lot of sergeants in this case, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was his last name?
Johnston.
Johnson. Thank you.
I think it's Johns with a T in there, not just Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah, like
And-
Longstreet, right? Okay. Got it. So, and how did those comments make you feel?
I was pissed off. I was mad. I now had more people sexually harassing me. I pretty much had enough. I didn't want to be there anymore.
Is it fair to say that the rumors got worse after the fishing trip?
Yes.
Okay, and the amount of rumors got worse?
Objection leading.
He asked, did they? It's either a yes or a no. I'm going to allow it. Please continue. Answer his question.
Did it increase?
Yes.
Okay, and did the, I'm going to use the word intensity of the rumors increase?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I thought I understood you to say that somebody, and it may have been Mr. Johnston or somebody else, when you got back to work said something like, and again I'm paraphrasing, I hear your boobs feel nice. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the same comment that Mr. Hartsign made to you at the bar, at the Schaumburg bar?
Yes.
Okay.
There was also more rumors being said
Just about your sexuality in general or something else?
that I was a whore and that I was asking for it.
Okay. And asking, when you say asking for it, you may have to spell it out for me. What is the it that you're asking for?
For Toutant to grab my boobs
Okay.
and for people to ask me to see, or for them to see my boobs and say they feel nice.
Okay. Are you aware of what gender, if any, the people who made these comments to you were?
objection, I think that, I mean, she already talked about Johnston, and now we're talking about rumors, and suddenly we've got words being put in her mouth, saying these people who made these comments to you, and I don't think that's in the record. This is misstating evidence that's in the record.
Okay.
And it's leading.
Well, it gets confusing because we've gone and we've talked about specifically the things that she knows who said what. And there are certain individuals that you have identified that directly made comments to you. And I think that's where it's getting a little confusing. We know the Hartzheim said something directly to you. I now know that a Sergeant Johnston directly made a comment to you. We know what Touton has said, and then the mystery second guy has said. But now we're talking about rumors have escalated, and some people. I don't know who the some people is. So what I'm asking you is what other direct... actually, I'm going to ask Attorney Hitchcock Cross to rephrase his question so we can find out which specific peoples directly said something to her.
I understand. Ms. Stolar, generally speaking, are you reticent of identifying other officers in this case? Reticent means are you reluctant, would prefer not to have a preference along those lines? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, if I know who they are, I know who they are, and I'm going to say it.
Okay, great. So are you, other than the Sergeant Johnston, are you able to identify anybody else this is, again, the time period that we're talking about, after the fishing trip, you're back to work for about a week. Are you able to identify anybody who you had these specific conversations with?
Yes. No, they weren't directly like Johnston saying, hey, I'll give, they were just the rumors that they were hearing from people.
Okay. And I think that's the problem. I don't want you to say something that somebody else is going to object to. I believe your attorney was asking is, what other comments did somebody directly make to you, or did you, with your own ears, hear them say about you to somebody else, and who that person was?
With respect, that's not what I said at all, Judge. And we're not going to try to avoid a hearsay issue when there's not a hearsay issue here. These are all party opponents, and we can be clear if she's talking to them directly or not talking to them directly, and I can be sure to ask that question. But that's not what I asked her. What I asked her is, were you aware of the names of anybody that you heard this from? And can we start with that, please?
Well, I'm aware that Jason Toutant was talking about it.
Okay.
I'm aware that Miller was talking about it.
How are you aware of these people?
I had sergeants and officers come up to me and ask me about it.
Was Alicia Miller at the fishing trip?
No.
Okay. And so when you say you have sergeants and officers other than Mr. Johnston, do you recall any of their names?
I know Bailing.
Okay.
I believe Seifert and Reel. I believe Peters. I know Beck.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Rickard said something to me about it.
Okay.
There's somebody. can't think of anyone right now.
Okay. So, part of, I think, what the question is, and we should clarify here, are all of these people that you named, are they just saying, hey, so-and-so told me something, or is there something else?
No, some of them heard it from Jason. Some of them heard some of them just said that they heard it from people that were at the fishing event. I do know that there was another sergeant there that was saying that I was dancing on the table. I think that was Wackett or Gonzalez.
Okay.
Now there was other people saying that, and I should say this, I know Seibert told me that that she heard from someone else that Macaulay was saying that he had a video of me dancing on the bar and talking about it, and Macaulay
Excuse me for interrupting, but I think we got the gist of it. Do we need
I
more?
was waiting for her to finish.
Okay, then please
It
continue.
seems almost like he's, I mean, well,
No, go ahead. Make your objection.
I think he cut the witness off when she was testifying.
Please continue.
Macaulay is a lieutenant.
Okay. Did you have anything more that you wish to say on that subject?
I do know, I don't remember who it was, but I do know that there was other people that had talked to me and said they heard tout from him, that he was boasting about it.
What do you mean by boasting?
Saying, like, being proud of it.
Okay. And how did that make you feel about continuing to work with Tutan?
I did not want to.
Okay.
I didn't want to be anywhere near him.
Did you tell anybody at the Department of Corrections that?
Yes.
Who did you tell?
Well, I know I talked to Captain Theander about it and
Okay.
how it was getting to me, and I couldn't do it anymore.
And that's part of the, oh, no, I'm sorry. Was that before or after you made the official complaint?
That was before.
Okay, got it. Did you mention that when you filed the official complaint?
I think I did. I don't remember. I don't remember, but I think I did.
Okay, well, did you bring it up at any other time?
That I didn't want to work with him?
Mm-hmm.
After, yes.
Okay.
After I filed, yes. They, when I went on medical leave,
Okay.
and when I came back from medical leave, I found that Jason Toutant was still working there, and they tried putting me with him. Even before, and we had a no contact order, and even.
Okay, and when you say no contact order, what are you referring to?
Through the police investigation and the police charges, there was a no contact order that he wasn't supposed to be by me.
Okay. Is that another word for restraining order?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. So, you went, let me put that another way. Did you tell the DOC about the no contact order?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware if anyone else would have told the DOC about the no contact order?
Well, I mean, he would have had to legally, and I know that I believe the police got in contact with them.
Why do you believe that?
Because I guess I would think they would, I don't know, I guess I don't know.
Okay.
I just would think that they would do that because their investigation. And if we have any police contact, they are supposed to know about it and know about what the details about it.
Oh, you mentioned that before with Miller and police contact. Can you explain what your understanding of the rules of police contact are at the DOC?
If we have any sort of police contact, if we get pulled over or whatever, we're supposed to let our supervisor know. And I guess, depending on the severity of it, we have to let them know the information and or they have to make a decision of if they can work there or they have to be on administrative leave right away or not.
Okay. So Toutant would have had to tell the DOC that independently. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, and I'm sorry, I got distracted because you said there was a no contact order. I guess then I may have misunderstood, but your request to not work with Mr. Toutant was separate from the no contact order, or did I get that wrong?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, it was separate.
Yes. Yeah, it was separate.
Okay.
I specifically asked not to be with him.
Okay, and which was first? Do you know, the order or the request?
The request.
Okay, and after you made the request, do you feel like the DOC kept Mr. Toutant away from you?
No.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Toutant at work after you made the request?
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't, is it fair to say that it wasn't until you made the police complaint that the Department of Corrections separated you and Mr. Toutant?
Objection leading.
Could we rephrase, please?
Okay. So, I guess we understood from your previous answers that you made a complaint to the Department of Corrections, but they didn't separate Mr. Toutant from you. I understood that right, correct?
I made a complaint to my supervisor, yes.
Okay. And this is the formal complaint that we're talking about?
I thought you said before the police and the investigation.
And now I think, let me rephrase that.
What?
Yeah, so, and the way I said that before, I think there was a request and then there was an order. Is that what we're talking about, that the request not to work with Mr. Toutant, and that you're still working with him after that?
Okay, yeah. After I put in I filed with the police and even the DOC, I still put in a request not to work with him.
Thank you for
Yes.
that. Okay, great.
And I also put in a request not to work with him beforehand.
Got it. What about Mr. Hartsign? Can we focus on him for a second? Did you make any similar requests of him?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did the DOC do in response to that?
Nothing.
Okay. And who did you make the Hartsign request to?
Well, I obviously went to the HR and did my investigation on it,
Okay.
and I also made like I guess an informal to my supervisors.
Okay. And after you were out on medical leave, did you ever work anywhere for the Department of Corrections that wasn't DCI?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, what was that?
I worked. They when I got back from medical leave, they were going to have me work with Jason.
Let me stop you right there. Can you please explain that?
I had to be on light duty when I came back.
Okay.
And the only light duty they had or assigned me to was Jason Touton's shift and pod.
Okay.
And Jason was working that day.
And how did you feel about that?
I was infuriated. I messaged who I needed to message, and I refused to go.
Okay. And how did that work out?
They moved me to Madison at the central office, or the central office.
And let me just make sure I got this right. You come back from medical duty on light leave, medical leave on light duty.
Mm-hmm.
The only light duty position they have available is with Mr. Touton. Is that correct?
That's what I was aware of, yes.
Okay. And so instead of changing the conditions for Mr. Touton, the Department of Corrections moved you to Madison. Is that what I understand?
Well, not just argumentative, but it's also leading. And it's repetitious. It's been asked and answered.
I think she's answered that question, and you're asking her to answer it for the second time. Her answer was very clear.
Oh, okay. So, why did you get moved to Madison, if you know?
I do not know. My thought process was because they didn't do the investigation on him.
Okay. About how far away do you live from DCI at that time?
I think about 35 minutes-ish, give or take 5.
And how far away did you live from downtown Madison at that time?
Objection, relevance, downtown Madison? What relevance is downtown Madison?
I don't know where any of these things are. What's downtown, what's not downtown, where DCI is, as opposed to Madison. So I can't make a determination not knowing exactly what facility we're talking
I'll
about.
ask it a different way. How about that? So, for those of us who are extremely familiar with the Madison geography, let me ask you this. Did your commute change, if at all, after you were, were you voluntarily transferred out to Madison?
I didn't have a choice.
Okay. And did your commute change at all after that involuntary transfer?
It was longer.
Okay.
Yes.
About how much, if you can recall?
Depending on traffic and everything, up to a half an hour to 45 minutes.
Every day? Each way?
Longer, yes.
Okay. Okay. But so I guess that to spell it out, it could have been up to an hour and a half more each day because you'd have to commute to and fro, correct?
Yeah, it would take me about over an hour or over an hour and a half to get home, yes.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. And how did that make you feel about driving that much when there was light duty work available at DCI, but only with the person who had sexually assaulted you?
I did not want to be there. I mean, I didn't want to drive that much. It got a lot. It got to be a lot.
And just to remind everybody, you went to the academy, right?
Yes.
You said that. And what did you go to the academy for?
To be a correctional officer.
Okay. And did at any time were you trained? And let's back up a second. What work were you doing at the DOC Central Headquarters?
They had me working at the training office. Oh, I guess not the office, but the front desk.
Okay.
They had me working at the very front desk. The main desk that comes in.
And what work did you perform there?
I checked people in. I answered phone calls. That kind of stuff.
Okay. Is that something you trained for at the academy?
No.
About how much training did you need to receive in order to fulfill the duties of that job?
I don't know.
How long did it take you to learn how to do that job?
Couple weeks.
Okay. And the light duty work that was available to you at DCI, do you know what that was?
Did you want me to finish what else I did there? At the
Sure. If I cut you off, excuse me.
yeah. I did that, and then I was upstairs doing casework with files.
Okay.
I would fax or I would copy them into the copy and then get rid of all of the cases. And then I worked in the mail room there, and I sorted mail and took mail and did whatever else I needed to do in that area.
Okay. And when you worked at the front office, did you see, and this is the main headquarters of the Department of Corrections, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who Chrissy Preston is?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Chrissy Preston anytime?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who Kevin Carr is?
Yes.
Did you see Kevin Carr at any time?
Yes.
How about Amy Pahasek?
Yes.
And did you see her at any time?
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk about Chrissy Preston for a second. Are you aware of what job she held at that time?
I believe so.
Okay, what job was that?
She was in HR.
Okay. And during your time as the front office reception for the Department of Corrections, did you ever have any conversations with Chrissy Preston?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you tell us what the nature of that conversation was?
It was about my my investigation.
And when you say your investigation, do you mean the investigation into Mr. Touton?
Yes, and Alex Hartstein.
Okay.
Or what Alex Hartstein did.
Okay.
We talked about that. I asked her how she knew me, because when she came up and introduced herself to me, she acted like she already knew who I was and I didn't know her.
Okay.
And she said that she knows me because she has my file that she worked in. She's in HR and she has my file from the investigations, and she saw my picture.
Okay.
And I just talked about it. Like, I talked to her about the case, and I didn't understand why they weren't doing anything and why they didn't make him leave or not even investigate it at that point in time, because I was there, and right before I was going there, he was still at the institution, and which he should have already been gone. At that point, I think it was almost a month after I put the investigation on him, and the police report on him, and I didn't understand it, and I told her they weren't doing anything about it, and they're trying to sweep it under the rug, just like they did with the Miller one. And
I'm sorry. When you said just like they did with the Miller one, is that something you told to Chrissy Preston at that time?
yes.
Okay, I understand.
And then she was like, I talked about it because I was like, I don't understand it. I don't understand why this is happening, and it's not right. It's sexual assault, and if that were to happen to anyone else, why, or any of them, it would be, I feel like it would have been different. And we talked about Carr, and I said, I've met them, I've talked to them. Like I said, do they know why I'm here? Do they know like what's going on? Am I allowed to go talk to them and ask to go talk to them personally? Like, because no one will give me answers on what's going on, and I don't feel like it's fair. And she told me they knew what was going on and they knew who you were. And
Can I interrupt? When you said you wanted to go talk to them, who are the them you want to go speak to, since you are not getting the answers? The investigation people?
No, Carr and Pesachek.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I asked her if I was allowed to do that, or like if I could bring it up, or if that was like, if I have to do it in writing, or if I could just go knock up on his door, since I've already talked to him and he knows who I was. And she said, like, no, it doesn't really work like that. And she just said, I'm really sorry that this is happening to you. It really isn't right, and what they're doing isn't right. And I really hope that you stand up for yourself and do something more about this.
And how did that make you feel at that time?
Even worse.
Can you explain?
Because, you know, there was nothing that I had done wrong to be treated that way. There was nothing that that shouldn't have, I mean, it should have happened. Things should have done and got done right away. And I already knew that there was something going on, because when I had come back on from medical leave, how do people know I'm on medical leave? That's FMLA, all that stuff, and that's my HIPAA. Everyone knew I was off on it. When I came back, all the schedules, even after that, even when I went back to the institution, they were continuing to break my HIPAA laws and put, I can't work on the schedule for everyone to see that I can't work an overtime shift because I'm on FMLA, or I'm on medical leave, or I'm on, I have a medical restriction. And again, when I came back, I knew nothing was being done because they were making me work with him.
Okay. So, about how long were you out at the DOC headquarters?
Longer than I was supposed to. I think I was there 6+ weeks, if not more.
Okay.
I can't, I was only supposed to be there for 2 weeks, and I ended up staying there for a very long time, where they pretty much ran out of things for me to do because I did everything.
Okay, and how did that make you feel that they didn't actually have any work for you to do there?
Well, I mean, at that point I didn't really know what to do, because I still was on light duty, but also it was one of those things that it's just like, well, I don't want to drive here either anymore, because I've been here even longer than I was supposed to be. But I felt pretty much like hopeless, because I already knew that things weren't being done.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Toutant was ever put on leave before charges were actually filed against him?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And you heard the testimony yesterday from Ms. Beyer about how the charges kept getting extended, so that they kept, the DOC kept putting Mr. Toutant out on leave?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever come off of light duty?
Yes, I did,
Okay.
I believe. Yeah.
And what happened when you came off? Let's put it another way. Did you return to the DCI after you came off of light duty?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened when you came back to work?
I was still surprised to hear that he was not fired.
Okay.
And I was very surprised to hear that nothing happened with Hartzheim.
Okay.
And then it seemed to me that they were trying to push the case under the rug and not deal with it. And then there was more rumors, like, why would I show my face here? Why would I come back? That I'm a whore, and I asked for it. That Toutant wouldn't ever do that, and Toutant's family has been in the DOC for forever, and we don't give a crap if with whatever happened to you or what will happen to you, because Toutant was friends with a lot of the people.
Okay. And I guess we're gonna have to do the same thing we did with the previous section of rumors. Can you identify who you heard those rumors from?
I'm trying to remember. I think again Seibert and Real. Rickert, I think. I know I heard from, I don't remember his name, Gitzel maybe? Is his last name Kyle Gitzel, I think? Gitzel.
Okay.
I think that was his name.
And I think, just to be clear, some of these are direct comments. Isn't that fair? Let me ask that another way. I want to distinguish between what we heard before, which were rumors, as opposed to comments, which I understood you to say, for example, why are you back here, or Toutant's family is more important than you, those kind of things.
Though the people I just named off were just people that told me that's what they heard from the direct person, that it came out of their mouth. But there was other people that heard the rumors that people were saying that.
Yeah.
So those were the ones that I heard directly, like, yeah, we heard them say this.
And how did those statements make you feel?
Even more harassed, even more mad, even more depressed, more anxious, more worried, more, it was so bad that I ended up like going to counseling, and ended up having to get on medicine for anxiety, and was diagnosed with PTSD.
Okay. And that's directly related to the sexual assault,
Objection,
is that right?
bleeding, and also she is not competent, I'm going to need to testify regarding causation and development of PTSD. Where if she is, there needs to be a foundation developed.
Well, there is several things. He asked how did that affect her. I think she can speak to the fact that she had counseling. As to her medical diagnosis, we don't have a foundation of that, but she can talk about how she felt, what she went through as a result of what she has testified to that she has endured. But in terms of a medical diagnosis, those types of things I think need to be entered into the record through competent medical evidence, although I don't know for the purposes of an ERD hearing, you know, they can come into the, not in that format, so
Okay,
we can rephrase.
I got that, and let me put it, I think, like this, so that I think we all understand, that I understand what the judge is saying, and hopefully you will too. It's simply this. I'm not trying to ask whether you are a medical professional and think that the PTSD is related along those lines. I'm asking you what your feelings related and how that made you feel, the sexual assault related to what you just described. That's what we're trying to get at.
Yeah. It was bad.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what I'm trying to make sure is, do you believe that there's a connection between the sexual assault and those symptoms that you just described? How about that?
I believe that, yes, they had connection.
Okay. Do you believe that there's a connection between the way the DOC handled your complaints and the symptoms that you just described?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that there is a relationship between the continuing rumors after you came back on late duty and the symptoms that you just described?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just focusing again on those rumors after you came back from light duty, did you report that to any white shirts?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, changed after you reported this conduct to white shirts?
After I came back, nothing happened, and I got even more retaliated against.
Okay. At any time, did you tell the department that it was making you unable, the situation after you returned was making it unable for you to continue to work?
Yes, I told the white shirts about it. I believe I talked to, at some point, the HR lady about it.
The same one you had made the complaint to?
Yes.
Okay. And anybody else?
Trying to think here. I think I did. I don't remember who else. But I can, yes, I did, and it just continued to happen, and again, the retaliation and all of that, it just kept happening. No one would, I mean, it got to the point where they would take, now again, I understand, like, they can, like, pull an officer from certain units if needed. But it got to the point where I didn't ever have an officer when they're supposed to collapse a different officer before they take my officer, because my unit was all turned into all, mine was an intake unit at first, but my unit turned all from that to only having about 20 intake guys, and the rest were segregation guys, overflow, and segregation guys that would be getting out of segregation soon.
Okay. I think I understood that, and let me ask you hopefully a clarifying question on that. After you made the complaints to the white shirts about the continuing rumors when you came back from light duty,
Yeah.
are you explaining to us, let me put it this way, did your work get, your job duties become more difficult than they had been?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whose decision that was to make your job duties more difficult than they had been?
Objection assumes a fact and evidence that somebody had actually decided to do that.
That I will agree with. We don't know that her job was made. You haven't established that her job was different. We have something that her job has changed, and what she's testified to is she didn't know at the time that they were able to pull officers from one place to another if it was needed.
No, I said I did.
You did know that they could do that.
I was trying to. I said I did know that they could pull officers,
Right.
but my officer was not supposed to be pulled unless there's a list of people or job descriptions or job posts that they have to pull those officers from first before they take my officer.
Okay.
And they were not doing that. They were specifically just taking my officer.
Okay, but I still think we're assuming facts and evidence that her job was actually made difficult. So I'm going to ask to rephrase.
Because it's possible that jobs just change without direction.
I'm going to ask that the question be rephrased.
Well, Judge, race ipsa loquitur. I mean, the thing speaks for itself. We don't. Do we really think that job positions at the Department of Corrections just change in a vacuum? I mean, is that really the thought here?
No, it's not the thought here, but that is my ruling. If we could just make it a little bit more clarifying as to what exactly it is you're asking. That's
Okay.
all.
While you were at the Department of Corrections, did your job duties ever change?
My personal job duties did not change, but they became more work. I guess more work for me. Yes, then I guess that would be more change. So yes, it became more change for me, and it was more work and no help.
And I get that. I may be using maybe the word duties that people are getting caught up on, because I do understand the Department of Corrections uses that a specific way. So I'll use that different word. What I understand then is, for example, what you went on light duty, right?
Yes.
Okay.
What? Say that again.
When you were on light duty,
Yeah.
and then you transferred to involuntarily transferred to Madison.
Okay.
Did somebody involuntarily transfer you, or did that happen by magic?
No, that's where they sent me.
Okay. And when you were assigned to a specific, you had a specific unit in the intake unit that you were at, right?
Yes, I ran Unit 20.
Okay. And when you were assigned to run Unit 20, did a human being assign you to run Unit 20, or did it happen by magic?
No, someone assigned me to that.
Okay. And have you ever had a job assignment while working at the Department of Corrections that happened by magic?
No.
No, okay. In fact, any job assignment that you had was always assigned to you by a Department of Corrections employee, isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the job assignment that we're talking about is, and I think you said something 20?
Unit 20.
Unit 20, okay. And as far as I understood this, and now we're getting into these clarifying questions again, Judge, that I thought we were into before. That's why I prefaced it with this is a clarifying question here, but okay. So now that we've covered that things don't just happen by magic at the DOC, apparently we can move on. Let's do that then. So when you got this job assignment at Unit 20, it sounds like at some point you had less help than you otherwise would have. Is that fair?
I had less help after I came back from light duty.
Okay, perfect. Now, did that decision to give you less help, or let's say the situation in which you had less help, did that happen by magic?
No.
Okay, were there elves that came around and made that that took those people away from you?
Those were done, the decisions were made by the supervisors.
And those people would have been Department of Corrections employees, right?
Yes.
Okay, so not elves?
No.
No, okay, I'm glad we got that straight. So, now, there was other things about facts that changed about your working conditions, as far as I understood it, and those too didn't happen by magic, right?
No.
No. So, for example, what I
Okay,
understood
objection,
that
this
there
is
was
leading. We know, we can see that this is leading. For example, I know that. And then that becomes, I mean, that's obviously leading.
You know, we are, but we've established that she had less help when she returned from light duty than she did when she ran Unit 20 prior to going to light duty. Why don't we just ask her what other changes she encountered, and she's already testified that these decisions she believes resulted from one or more supervisors that established what she was going to be doing upon her routine. So what other changes occurred? Maybe that might just help.
Yeah, and again, my HIPAA, multiple times, like I told you, on the schedules, putting that I couldn't do it because of light duty, or my FMLA, that I was on FMLA, or that I was on restricted, that I was restricted. Also,
We've already. We're talking about once you finished light duty and you came back.
it was still happening.
Were you still on FMLA?
Yeah, I was. I was on FMLA because I was getting, because of health reasons.
Okay, so they're still putting that on the schedule?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And I had, which I was going to explain after this, getting into that. I had some health issues. My doctor put me on restrictions, and put it in that I was supposed to work, I believe it was 3 days a week, or it was 3, maybe it was like 3 12-hour shifts. I don't remember. But it was supposed to be shorter, so I had longer days so that I could actually relax and deal with my health than going to work every single day. So she specifically, I don't remember how she wrote it up or what she wanted done with it. They have the paperwork. So they were still continuing to do that. Then they accepted it, and then they started fighting it, and the warden had me come talk to him, or I went and talked to him, whichever one it was. Either way, there was a conversation with him and his deputy, and pretty much told me that was not going to work for him, that he did not want to continue to have my FMLA that way, because if he would have known about it beforehand, he wouldn't have ever approved it, because then he would have to prove it for everyone else, and that wasn't fair to the people that were talking about my FMLA, because people went and talked to him about it because they put it on the schedule. And he even said that people came and talked to me about it and how it wasn't fair. So then, as that continued to happen, when I went to go make my schedule, because we can schedule our days, right? They would specifically, now, they would make me use my FMLA hours towards the overtime that I was working. So that took out away from my FMLA hours. I'm
going to object to anything on this line because there are other procedures. If FMLA is being wrongfully interfered with or denied, we have separate laws than the Wisconsin Fair Employment Act.
And I agree with that. She could file a separate complaint in regards to FMLA, and she is free to do that. However, the question that has been posed to her is what changes did she have happened to her? I don't know what term I want to use, whether it was endure, put up with, whatever was different from the time you came back from that light duty thing they made you come do in Madison. Now you're back at your regular job doing, in charge of
Unit 20.
20, okay? Unit 20. What all had changed? And you're just speaking about all these things. Understand, there's nothing I can do about FMLA. You don't have an FMLA claim here. I can make no decisions on that. But that doesn't mean it doesn't. I will apply the proper weight to that, but that's not an issue before me or a claim before me that I'm allowed to do anything with. But given that, I'm going to allow her to talk about it.
Great.
So,
can I just make for the record that this was not an objection, this was merely an interruption?
Actually, I believed it to be an objection that it wasn't relevant for the purposes of this case because there's not a claim dealing with FMLA and there are other things. So I've addressed it. I took it as an objection, not just, commentary to be commentary. I'm going to allow that. I want everybody to make note of 325. I keep getting a phone call from Capitol Police. I've blown them off on my phone. Can we take 5 minutes so I can find out what it is?
Can she just finish?
I just want to, so I don't
Can we
lose my train of thought.
not reward this interruption?
Yeah,
It's not a reward. I have been blowing off a phone call for the past 35 minutes, and they keep calling. I don't know what they want.
We have a witness in the middle of test.
I understand that. I'm just letting everybody know. I'm going to allow you to finish, but then I'm going to tell everybody as soon as you're done, I need to make this phone call. Okay?
Yeah.
That's all.
Through this little part,
Oh,
and then we can.
No, absolutely.
I have more.
Okay.
Okay, so.
We were talking about FMLA and then putting it on your stuff.
I made my schedule to what my doctor said and wanted done. So they were still ordering me, and then they made me use my FMLA hours towards it because I couldn't work. And then on top of that, my post that I ran Unit 20, I was on first shift, so I would pick my overtime hours, which would have been, that's what I'm talking about. I picked my schedules and what days I was going to work overtime. So let me just give you, so I think it was 3 days in a row of 2, 2, and 2. That way I had the rest of the time to figure out, do what I needed to do for my health. So on top of that, they were trying to order me, an illegal order me. They're not allowed to order me more than 3 days. They were doing that. And when I said no, and or if I didn't work that overtime shift, they would make me use my FMLA hours towards that overtime shift, which again in the policy you can't do that, and I told them that. And then on top of that, when I made my schedule, they would switch my schedule, so they would take my original post and my original I don't know if you want to call it duty or original schedule, my 6 to 2 that I work, that is my solid job. That's what I do every day. That is my continuous schedule, my unit. They would take me off that shift and make me come in for second. So, and then they would make me try to order me to go through third shift on days. So instead of working my actual schedule and just the overtime, they were trying to flip-flop it. so that I couldn't do the 3 whatever in a rows. And then on top of that, when they tried to do that again, now there was a day that I had to work the second shift because they switched my schedule, and if that would have been a no-show, so I would have gotten fired. They tried to order me, and I said no, because you can't order me. I already have my hours for the week. My hours for the week are there, and they are scheduled. Then again, then here they are trying to order me 3 days in a row, and then they made me use my FMLA time for that order because I didn't work it. So now we can take a break, if you'd like, because I got that through for right now. Sorry, I didn't want to lose my train of thought.
You can
No.
tell she's my client, can't you, Judge?
You don't need to apologize for for finishing your thoughts, okay? I just wanted to let everybody know what's going on.
Yep.
Because I'm apparently I need to call somebody about something. I don't know what. I'm just hoping we're not going to be kicked. Do we have another room for the rest of the week? I don't know, okay? But there's this. I got a message earlier, and I never did call the man, and apparently I need to, and I don't even know who this person is. All right, so we're going to go off the record. Please work. Okay, we are back on the record. The appearances are the same. Ms. Stolar, you are still under oath. And the case number, once again, is CR 2020 02513, Attorney Hitchcock Cross.
So I do want to also just make sure, I don't know if I said this in that portion, the warden was aware of also them using my FMLA towards my orders.
Okay. Turn across.
Okay. So about how long did it last after you went back from light duty, the circumstances that you described in your last answer?
Until I decided enough was enough, and I sent the warden an email saying that I couldn't take the harassment anymore and that I was leaving and I was done.
Now, did you recall who the warden was at that time?
Oh, it was Benzel.
Okay.
Yeah.
What, if anything, after you sent the warden a letter saying you couldn't take it anymore, did the Department of Corrections do?
When I remember, nothing. Except for sending me a bill for some pants that I still had.
Can you just explain to us what that means?
I had a work uniform pants that I had, and they sent me a bill for it because I didn't have them at the time that I quit. I just had the clothes that I had on me.
Okay. Before the resignation, what, can conversation, what other conversations, if any, did you have with the warden?
With the warden?
Yes.
Well, when I had that conversation about that, I did talk to him about the Hartzheim Toutant investigation.
Mm-hmm.
He said he knew about it, that he had just learned about it.
And when was that?
May or June,
Okay.
I think. Quite a bit.
And the investigation at that point was still ongoing. Is that right?
I have no clue.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, did the warden say anything to you about the investigation at that point?
He just said that he had just learned about it and that he wasn't sure of all of the details on it.
Okay.
And he just said he was sorry that happened to me.
Got it.
And that was a horrible thing to happen. And that was about it.
Okay. And do you feel, based on your knowledge, experience, and training at the Department of Corrections, that the answer that the warden gave fulfilled his responsibilities under the policy?
No.
Okay. Did you
Do you want me to further on that?
if you have more to say?
Or I guess for me, my feelings, no, I did not. And at that point, I really felt like I was completely failed. And they're just trying to freeze me out, and they're just trying to. I felt like they were trying everything they could do to not have me there anymore.
Okay, and I think you've listed a bunch of things before with the break, and I don't need, without going over those necessarily again. Are you able to explain how the Department of Corrections, how you felt that the Department of Corrections was communicating to you that they no longer wanted you there?
Yeah, just the sole fact of the investigations, no one could give me good answers or what would happen when I would ask. The fact of not having the help and the reciprocated, like, hey, I need help or I need this or this.
Mm-hmm.
Again, calling about not having an officer when the other job posts weren't taken down before they took mine, or me having to do a TLU by myself, which shouldn't happen.
Can you explain what that is?
A temporary lockup.
Okay. And just with that temporary lockup and also not having an officer, do you believe that increased the risk to your safety?
Yeah, and I told them that.
Okay. And when you told them that you thought that increased the risk to your safety, what, if anything, did the Department of Corrections do?
Nothing.
And how long were you in this elevated state of risk at the, actually, let's scratch that. While you were working at the DCI, were you aware of any other correctional employees being injured?
Sexually assaulted, yes.
Oh.
Injured by in work.
That's correct.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. Well,
No.
I appreciate that.
No.
Let's refocus then on the other answer, which is I understood you to say that you were aware of other sexual assaults against DOC employees at DCI while you worked there. Is that fair?
Unreported sexual assaults, yes.
Okay. And I think it's fair to ask, are you aware, generally speaking, were those, who were the perpetrators in terms of class of people, for example, inmates or possibly correctional officers that were perpetrating those sexual assaults?
It was staff on staff.
Staff on staff, okay. And how do you aware of these staff on staff sexual assaults?
How was I aware?
That's right. Yes, please.
I was told that by the person that got assaulted.
Okay, who's that person?
I know her first name is, her last name is Gillenbach, Tiffany.
Okay.
And there was one other person, I just don't remember who.
Okay. And I want to be sensitive to Ms. Gillenbach, even though she's not here, or I think especially because she's not here. But I think I'd like to know, generally speaking, can you give us a very general description of what the nature of the allegation that Tiffany made?
A male sergeant.
Okay.
Tried when she was coming down from one of the bubbles and he was going up. From what I remember, he put his hand down her pants.
Okay. And
I know. Oh, I was just gonna say the other one that happened. I don't know. I don't remember who it was.
Do you remember the allegation?
Yeah, it was the same sort of thing. But this gentleman went under her shirt and grabbed her boobs.
Okay. Do you happen to know the rank, if any, on this so-called gentleman that you described?
As far as I remember, it was sergeant.
Okay. Okay. So, and I think but just for compare and contrast purposes, well, let's do the full thing here. Let's go back to the Tiffany one.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if she filed a complaint?
No, she was too scared.
Okay.
I am going to object to this kind of hearsay. I think first of all, it's going too far afield. And secondly, we were never given the chance to depose her. It's all in the record. She didn't show up for a deposition. I know this case was allowed to go forward, but we're talking about.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how we're even getting to this line of questioning, and number one, whether if it's relevant to the claims that are before me. I'm not so sure that it directly relates to this individual and this person. It's unreported. She said she did that. She did hear from this one individual, but there are all kinds of laws in terms of disclosing assaults that possibly could occur in a prison setting, and I'm afraid of running afoul of that because, well, quite frankly, I am. I would like us to continue focusing on what we have been doing all morning, which is Miss Stolar's case, her claims, the things that happened to her, as we have been. So I'm going to ask that this line of questioning in regards to an unknown person who she started off saying was not reported. She doesn't recall the name of the other individual who told her, believes it was something similar, and I don't have names of any of these other people. So those are my concerns. Attorney Hitchcock Cross, any commentary, sir?
Yeah, I think that was an appropriate label. I think commentary was an appropriate label. Excuse me, we got a hearing on here. Sorry. So, what I think was problematic about that statement, among other things, is simply this. What it was just simply a naked attempt not to give the DOC one more time to cover up its crimes. You have absolutely no concept of what law you're possibly citing. You're citing some vague prison law that you have no concept of why it's, at least you've stated nothing on why it's applicable or not applicable here. It's what was just stated there was not only just it's once again a complete departure, and maybe the law that you could look at possibly is Bowen or Brown or Fowler-Tech or Rutherford or any of the other legion of LIRC case law, and I can send you the link if you need to the please don't interrupt, to the LIRC database, because you'll find that in each one of those cases that the determination you're making is, first of all, wrong and completely commanded to the contrary by LIRC. And that's simply this. One thing, and I want to be clear, we were going to continue these questions unless and until there's a ruling that these questions are irrelevant. So a request to us is not going to be honored, and that we require a ruling by you that we can then appeal, that other sexual assaults by male sergeants at the Department of Corrections institution that we're talking about do not in any way make it more or less likely that the department did or did not allow sexual harassment with regard to terms and conditions of this complainant. That is what you failed to address. Saying that it's irrelevant, first of all, that is preposterous, because as you know with that test, it's the most basic test that they teach in evidence of law school, that relevance is the lowest bar. And again, it's almost laughable when you say it out loud, that to say that other sexual assaults, particularly another boob grab, and what you're grasping at here, Judge, and I'm using the word grasping at intentionally because I'm asserting here that I think that your actions in agreeing with them are intentional. And I'm making it very clear that I believe, and that we're asserting the position here, that you know very well, because you've never brought up any of these cases that I'm talking about here. You're just alluding to some other law that you have some nebulous notion of, and nothing more. And that's problematic for several reasons, because again, as there's no doubt that you know that this is relevant. Okay, I just can't believe that you don't really believe that this is relevant, Judge. I have too much faith in you. Okay? The second thing is that even if you found it wasn't relevant, when you read those cases that I've cited to you, and now you've told us about how you read 900 pages from the respondent, and how that's just who you are, and you'd like to just read the cases, well, I'm going to suggest that you follow these cases down to their roots here, and learn the jurisprudence that LIRC is instructing us on, that relevance, even if itself is no bar,
in an ERD hearing. Because those cases all stand for the proposition that your job is to not stand in a way of our presenting our case, that you are to allow us to put on the evidence, even if you disagree with it, and think it somehow should be restricted because LERC wants to hear our case when they make the final decision. Your decision isn't even final.
Can you please hold your
No,
voice down
thank
and
you.
stop yelling at
I'm
me?
advocating. Thank you very much.
There's no need to yell.
There's no need to interrupt, is what the fact is. So I know, Andrea, that you don't like, Attorney Olmanson, you don't like it when I state and bring to light what I think are misdeeds on your part. I know that you find that to be troublesome. I hear all these exhales of breaths by both Zacard, by both Olmanson, and by both the Benitez Morgan here, and I think it's very inappropriate here. I am able to present facts and evidence and legal argumentation that disputes your position without you interrupting me, saying please, or calling 911.
I want you to stop.
And this is what the problem is that you're continuing to interrupt my record, and you're continuing to prevent me from allowing to make the legal argumentation that we need to make,
You can make
which
it
is
without
just,
yelling,
this
my
is
friend.
just
Please stop
even
yelling
more
in my
of
presence.
And what is at stake here, everybody, and what everybody needs to know, is the issue here is democratic scrutiny. And the Department of Corrections, just like the Department of Workforce Development, has not been able to stand the democratic scrutiny. All that's happening here is that this lady is saying that she was sexually assaulted in the workplace. Now she's trying to say that other people were sexually assaulted in the workplace. And the state of Wisconsin, the Department of Workforce
Please
Development,
stop yelling, my friend.
the state of Wisconsin, the Department of Workforce Development, these exhales are very inappropriate.
I have a broken back.
Okay.
And it hurts to sit and move.
But I only hear the exhales when I'm making my point here.
It's 4:15 and it's very hard to sit this long.
Okay.
Okay? And we were here very late last night.
That's right, we were. And given all of those circumstances, I still have the right and the duty to make a record of what I think are the legal issues that are at play here, so that we can, and other final decision makers can have the benefit of that record here, and so that also my client is not further prejudiced by the actions of the state of Wisconsin. Now, we have submitted from the beginning here that what has been at stake and the thrust of everything has been to, for the Department of Workforce Development, the Department of Corrections, to and just let the recording reflect here that Attorney Olmanson is waving her hands up and down in some manner, apparently to communicate to me that she doesn't like the tone of my voice, which is also what I think she complained about to the 911 when she called the police who came and used their state powers and intimidated me and instructed me to lower my tone here. I think that it's also apparent that this judge has also been in contact with this police department about this case in particular, and that also needs to be on the record here. Again, it is the subject, and this is when I always get interrupted here, is when I raise this subject of what is at stake here is that this client is trying to say, this complainant is trying to say that she was sexually assaulted and that there were other crimes, including the ones that she discussed here, that other people have been sexually assaulted by male sergeants at DCI. And apparently there's more than one, and there's more than two. And this judge here thinks that because and without ever hearing from the complainant, because the complainant said the name of somebody, because she identified their complaint as possibly informal, and because of some kind of prison laws that she's not aware of or can point to or actually cite, that therefore these things are irrelevant
And again, this judge knows that relevancy is the lowest standard that there can possibly be. And she knows that relevancy, when she bothers to look up the cases, will learn that these, even relevancy is no bar to this evidence here. And so we are only left, once again, with a biased conclusion that this judge is wedded, predetermined to a conclusion to minimize the damage to the state of Wisconsin as much as possible in this case. And we submit here that this is the entire thrust of this hearing and the ruling that we just heard. Once again, without ever allowing the complainant to make any response ahead of time. In fact, only allowing the complainant to make, as the judge described, a comment. So that, for the record, is my comment on what we just saw.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I was trying to, I listened to what the respondent had to say. I want to make sure of what I was understanding. I expressed some concerns that I may have. I have not made any such ruling on anything. I asked if, so I can tell you that this record is replete with the complainant from day one making assertions that decisions have been made by this ALJ, and I've already made up my mind to things, when the record is completely void of any such thing until decisions have been issued, once again, as just what just happened. I expressed some concerns that I have. I would also, I know very well what Rutherford and Fowltack and all these cases have to say. I have read them. I have used them in other hearings. Once again, people are making assumptions as to what it is. I haven't ruled as to whether this is relevant or not relevant because I haven't made any decision as to the objection. I always, when there's an objection, try to clarify what it is exactly somebody's objecting to, because sometimes people make objections. One, aren't valid objections. Two, makes no sense as to what it is they're objecting to. And three, I want to make sure I understand the objection. I understand any possible implications that could be made. And then I've always asked the other side, is there something you want to say in response to that? That's why I asked Attorney Hitchcock Cross if he had any comments or things he wanted to make. Now, I will use whatever terminology you want. Do you want to enter into the record a formal response to the objection made by so-and-so? We can use those terminologies, but I did ask you what, if anything, you had to say. Again, I have not made any decisions as to what is going on. All I said was what has been entered into the record thus far in regards to the two examples she has provided. If there has been more in her testimony, those are the ones that I wrote down. I'm not aware of any others. If you wish to have her delineate each and every person that she has personal knowledge of who else suffered an assault while working at DOC, by all means, please do so.
Great. So kindly...
I'm not done, sir. Why do you immediately jump in? I'm not done.
Oh, okay.
I will not object to that testimony coming in any more than I objected you to tell me everything that happened in regards to your FMLA and how that affected you once you got back, knowing full well there's not an FMLA claim. Because I wanted to hear. It's important to hear your story. And I've told you from the beginning, this is your case. I want to hear your story. Now, I am done.
Great.
So, could you please continue?
Yeah. When you, in the last 2 weeks, have you ever received a certified letter from the Department of Workforce Development?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that letter, if you know?
Instead, it was a hearing that we had last week.
Okay. And would you be surprised to learn that the judge wanted to hear your thoughts and arguments in response to a motion to dismiss from the Department of Corrections?
Yeah, I guess I would be surprised to hear that.
Okay. And would you be surprised to learn that the judge wanted to get your thoughts and comments on the respondent's motion to dismiss when she believed that I would not be there?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate that. Now, if we can go back to the assaults that you just described, and both of the assaults that you described, it was male sergeants, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And there was at least one boob grab, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The person who had her boobs grabbed, for lack of a better word, are you aware of whether or not she filed a complaint?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, the person who didn't file a complaint because you said they were too scared, how do you know they were too scared?
She told me.
Okay. Did she tell you why she was too scared?
Yeah, because of my harassment that she saw after I got assaulted, and she didn't want to get harassed and or retaliated the way I was getting retaliated.
Okay, and
Yes.
so, sorry. And from what I understood from that, it was basically, it was better for her to suffer some man putting his hand down her pants without her consent,
Objection,
and not
leading.
tell the Department of Corrections about it until because she learned about what happened.
Leading and compound.
I'm going to ask you to please break down that question.
Great. So, when I say the DOC employee who had another male DOC employee forcibly put his hand down her pants without her consent, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And do I understand it correctly that happened after the Pike fishing trip, or the DCI fishing trip?
Yeah.
Okay. And I also understand it correctly that this person directly told you that the reason that she didn't file a formal complaint was because that she knew what had happened to you.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you understand earlier that the judge was going to prevent you from talking more about this the assault that had happened to the person because she didn't file a formal complaint?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Sure. Did you understand that the judge here was going to prevent you from talking more about the complaint from Tiffany because she thought it was unrelated to this case and she wanted to hear your story? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you feel that Tiffany's failure to file a complaint because she was intimidated about what happened to you, do you think that's part of your story?
Yes.
Okay. That's how that goes. Okay. Thank you. So, Judge, I'm going to need about 3 minutes here.
We just took a break. Do you need to?
Yeah, I'm going to go to the
Feed a meter?
bathroom.
Oh, okay.
And just to reiterate, I do need to leave at 5:56 today. That is the minimum time I can make sure I can get home by sundown.
5:56. I was hoping we were
Okay.
going to leave here somewhere between 5 and 5:15.
Okay.
The complainant is not planning on being here for another day.
The respondent's entitled to cross-examination.
Sure. The respondent calls 911 and it delays 2 hours. That's a problem.
I'm a crime victim. I had the right to call.
No, first off, we're done. This hearing has had an awful lot of late starts. The respondent is entitled to cross-examine Ms. Stolar. And we're going to do that. Whether that cross-examination begins sometime before 5:10, 5:15, or it begins at 9:30 on Friday.
We were very clear this morning when we discussed this very same issue, Judge, that we were not okay with postponing, having her not be here later in deference to Ms. Olmanson. If they want to have somebody else cross-examine her, that's perfectly fine. But excuse me, but the whole point is that she's got a schedule as well. Why are we preferencing her religious preference over her need to work? That doesn't make any sense. She's here for today. That's what she's scheduled for. We are willing and able to be here until she needs to go. That's what we're prepared for.
Well, unfortunately, I don't get to call the shots anymore as to how late we can stay in this building. I was here last night till 7:30, as was everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
We are not allowed to do that anymore, according to what I'm being told. Okay? So they're willing to accommodate me by allowing us to stay after 5.
Who told us that?
That's what I just talked to, and I've already explained to everybody that there was a problem with apparently Capitol Police. For whatever reason, they believe that we have to be out of this building by 4:30. They're going to try and resolve that and allow us to stay later for Friday, Monday, and Tuesday. I don't know where they got that information from. I guess it's because ERD offices close at 4:30.
Yep, it's in the
Everybody
statute.
knows
I've got it.
I work as late as needed. I will stay as late as needed, but apparently that did not convey to the proper authorities. So I have a sergeant out here who's telling me that needs to be resolved. So unfortunately, they're willing to let us stay till 5 today. They're going
What
to
does the
try
Capitol
to.
Police have to do with anything?
Apparently, I'm not the way the room is reserved till 4:30. I don't make the rules. I don't schedule rooms. I don't create the state office employee hours.
Well, you're telling us that there's a conditions that's changed since this morning that you haven't told us until now.
I
That
just
means-
found out, and I
Okay,
try to
and I
explain
want
to
understand
everybody.
whose authority it is that we're deferring to here. That's my question to you.
Take your break.
Legislatures? I've got the statute right
It's in the
here.
statute.
What does the statute have to do with anything?
230.35 sub 4 sub F. There you
Okay.
go. There's
What
the
does the
site.
statute have to do with anything?
I think that maybe it would be helpful if you open the statute and then we could discuss it. If you have any questions after reading it.
Judge, is the statute what's controlling here, or is there some other?
I have
something else?
no idea.
Well, who is
I
the
am
authority?
completely-
That's what I'm trying to find out, is what is the authority here that's making this decision if you're not doing it, Judge?
But it's right here.
It's 230.what?
.35 sub 4 sub
Here,
F.
you can look at
Oh.
mine.
I got a question.
Okay.
Whenever.
234.35.
Oh, 230.35
Only on 230.35.
sub 4 sub F.
Sub 4 sub F.
With permission of the governor.
Except as otherwise prevent, the office of the agency shall be kept open on all days, blah, 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 blah. And then F says, Monday through Friday, the offices shall open at 7:45 and close at 4:30. Agency, with permission of the governor, can adjust opening and closing hours and intermission periods to relieve traffic congestions and needs of service otherwise. So apparently I did not realize that I needed to contact the office of the governor to be allowed to stay this late. So,
Judge, I just talked to and we're on the record, right? The recording's on?
yes.
Okay, so I just talked to the police officer outside, and he said that he didn't instruct you anything, that it's, in fact, you're the one who told him that we're leaving at 5 o'clock. Can you explain that, please?
Because I was asked to be out of here by 4:30, and that was part of why I said I needed to talk to people. I asked if there is any way possible we could please stay until 5. Officer Nichols has said he's more than happy to do so. He's going to find out for me who on the police side was under the impression that we needed to be out by 4:30. I explained we were here last night till almost 7. We were here even later the day before. It had not been an issue. Why is it all of a sudden an issue today? I do not understand.
Well, Judge, here's the problem. You're saying I was told, so can we clarify at least who was told you?
I was told that the Capitol Police had wanted me to call. I still haven't been able to get a hold of Sergeant Haas.
That's not what I'm asking you, Judge. I'm asking you very clearly who was told you that we had to leave by 4:30. That's the question. Are you willing to answer it?
I am willing to answer it.
Great.
But I'm not going to sit here for the next 6 minutes trying to debate this when you've asked to go to the restroom. Again, we're wasting time. I have an officer here till 5.
Great.
For out there.
When are you going to answer the question?
Okay.
Do I need to go to the bathroom?
Yes, just go to the
And
bathroom.
then you'll be able to answer the question when I come back from the bathroom? Or?
Again, I don't. You're not in charge, Attorney Hitchcock Cross?
Sure, I agree to that.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Could you please do your restroom thing and then...
Then you'll be able to answer my question? Or then you will answer my question? I'm not clear.
I'll clarify it when you get back. How about that?
Okay. And, you know, what if I suddenly don't have to go to the bathroom anymore? Would you be able to answer my question now?
Why are we doing this? What is the point of this type of behavior? I honestly just don't understand. You're not going to get a rise out of me. We're not going to... Again, I don't understand the drama, the theatrics. I really would just like to hear the facts and the evidence in this case, as
And
I
I
believe
don't
everybody
understand
else is.
why the police,
Okay.
why you can't answer the simple question of who was told you that we had to leave here by 4:30.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who initially started this message thing that I'm being told? I don't know the origination of it. I know the last message I got
Great, who was that?
I was to... You know, at this point, Attorney Hitchcock Cross, I'm not going to tell you that.
Oh, okay.
Okay? I'm not. Just simply because I don't appreciate the attitude and the tone and in which you speak to me more often than not. I find it highly disrespectful. We're either going to allow you to have a bathroom break, or I'm going to ask you to please continue with your witness.
Okay, and just to be clear, you're refusing now because of you don't like my tone.
I
So
don't like
tell
the
us
disrespectful nature
how
in
was
which you
told about
speak
this
to
at
me.
4:30.
I don't like the disrespectful tone in which you speak to me.
I understand that.
Okay.
But are you
I
able?
find
You're
it-
refusing to then, therefore, to answer the
Not to
question.
speak to somebody who's going to speak to me in a disrespectful tone.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just not going to tolerate that. When we can learn civility, I'll be more than happy to have conversations
I
with people.
understand.
Yes, Ms. Stolar, you had a question, ma'am.
I did. I was just wondering. No, I don't know what she can't ask me the questions. I mean,
I'm the one who has
The
prepared.
problem we have is we have co-counsel. Just like I said, we will not tag team witnesses. Okay? Whoever is prepared for dealing with the witness, that's the attorney that's going to be asking the questions. Okay?
so is it witness per witness, I guess?
I have no idea how they set up their case. I'm not them. I don't know. You
I
know.
just wasn't sure if it was like she can't do it because she's legally.
No.
You know what I mean?
There's no legal requirement that says one person must handle this person. It's all a matter of how they divide in their office the caseload, and as co-counsels how they decide who's going to be doing what. Okay?
I guess.
And that's kind of how that works.
Yeah.
Your obligation is to, answer questions on direct and cross.
Okay, no, I got it. So, and are we still on the record? Okay, I appreciate that. I understand now from the Capitol Police that they did not ask us to leave at 4:30 categorically, that it was not this officer that's outside or anybody from that department. I have recorded a phone call in which this officer had with his supervisor about this, and it's on that basis that I understand at least some of the contact came from the Department of Justice. He wouldn't confirm that just now, but he didn't deny it either. And are you willing to give us any light on that subject now?
I'm still trying to figure out who in the world has made this decision and why anybody is bothering me during the middle of a hearing to tell me I need to vacate a building at 4:30 because I don't understand it, I don't appreciate it. I asked the officer who told him that. He said he was going to try and figure it out for me. He's more than willing to stay as late as I need to.
Right, that's what he said to me.
Exactly. So I'm
Well,
want to know where this came
Did
from.
Ms. Olmanson make a request to anybody?
I didn't make any such request. I would be quite, other than the fact that tonight is the beginning of one of the 3 holidays that I
Shana Tova.
actually, thank you. If it were not for that, I'd quite happily go till midnight tonight.
I understand.
You know,
3 stars is a big
Yeah.
deal.
Part
I
of my
totally
problem
get it.
is I don't know where this originated,
How
and
is-
I want to know,
I don't-
and I'm still trying to figure it out. So until I know exactly where it came from, I'm not going to make up and think, oh, I came for this, I think it came for this, because that's not how I operate. I don't operate unless I know what I'm talking about.
You'll excuse us for being highly skeptical given the
You
status
can be
of
highly
affairs
skeptical
so
of
far.
everything because of whatever you may believe.
But you're not
all I know is we're going to continue with this hearing. I don't want to hear any more about the 4:30 thing because I don't know. I'm trying to figure out who decided that that was a thing and what's going on. But I know we're going to finish in 15 minutes. We're going to then resume at 9:30 if everybody can be in agreement. I'm willing to start at 8. I'm
I
willing
am
to
too.
start at 7 so that we don't
too.
run into any more delays. Whatever time people want to show up, I'm willing to be here.
And we're talking on Friday, right?
Friday, Monday, Tuesday for the next few days. However, right now it's set for 9:30. That's what the notice says. So until everybody can agree, we have to start at 9:30 because that was the notice that went out
Well,
for this
Judge,
hearing.
I think it's highly inappropriate that it won't at least put on the record who first contacted you and gave you this directive that we need to leave at 4:30.
Well, you can think it's highly inappropriate. It's on the record. It's noted for appeal. I really just want to continue with this witness because we're going to be
Let's
back
end for
again
today.
at
Let's end for
9:30.
today. We'll be back at 9:30.
I actually, I'm good.
If you're not done with your
We're not done with her, no.
with her yet, okay? All right. And then so you're not done. So Ms. Stolar, you're going to still be on your oath. You'll be back Friday at 9:30, and we will begin again with the remainder of
Does that schedule work for you, or
your
do you need
testimony.
some other time to be here?
Well, my problem is I don't have time. That's why I only had two days off, which was yesterday and today.
Well, I don't call the order of witnesses. This case has been scheduled since March for 6 days. It began on Monday, whichever day that was, I believe the 30th. It's Tuesday was the 1st. Today's the 2nd. For whatever reason, nobody wanted to come back tomorrow. We were supposed to pick it back up again on Friday, which is the 4th, I believe. And then we have Monday.
But that's not
The
accurate
7th
at all, Judge.
and the
What's
8th.
accurate is that there's a secret instruction.
Please don't interrupt me
There's
when
a
I'm
secret
speaking.
instruction.
Please don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. We had a pre-hearing conference. These were the dates that were chosen by the parties. These were the dates that were assigned. Everybody's known about these dates since March. A pre-hearing order was sent out to everyone so that everybody was aware of these. People are expected to make adjustments to their schedules for their cases, and I cannot tell you what to do. All I can tell you is this hearing's going to continue Friday morning. Your attorney has stated he still has questions he would like to continue with you. The respondent has a right to then ask you questions and continue. Okay? So we're not done with your testimony.
Is there a way we can do like a time limit? Like, I mean, at least so I can work half of the day and not anything like that?
We resume at 9:30. You're the witness that he has called. I don't know why he didn't call you yesterday. It's your strategy choice as to what witness an attorney calls. That's part of their strategy as to who they feel they need to call first. Okay, but the point is, you're under oath right now. Your testimony is not done. And so that needs to be concluded by your attorney. And then subsequent to that, the other side has a right to cross-examine. The same way when they called their witness yesterday, Attorney Hitchcock Cross had a right to cross-examine her, as long as it took. It works both ways, okay? So that's how we're going to conclude. We have 15 minutes. I'm still not done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have 15 minutes left. Attorney Hitchcock Cross is asking to go ahead and stop for right now. I will grant that, and then we will resume at 9:30. However, Attorney Hitchcock Cross has something else he wishes to put on the record. Sir.
Sure. And to be clear, everything you just said to my client may be partially true, but it's not in fact what's going on here. And I think we're all well aware of what's going on here. You have gotten some communication in order about this case, an ex parte communication that you have not shared with the parties, that we can't rebut, we have no ability to deal with. And I understand, and we've got video on this, that's just outrageous. And you're telling her that we were planning on staying this morning, and we had discussion on the record about staying as late as was needed. We had this discussion about her religious observance and kept that in mind. At some point during the day, you got a communication. You won't tell us who it was. But nevertheless, we are still wondering here. And just let the record reflect that the judge is sitting here with their sky upturned to this face upturned to the sky and an attitude as if she's not listening to me. And we can be clear here that, again, the complainant is sitting here ready to testify for as long as it takes today. But instead, the judge, on the basis of some secret order that she's not willing to share with us, has decided that we need to leave, again, on a basis that she will not divulge to us and that we can't rebut, and instead is insisting that my client come here Friday morning at 9:30 to her prejudice because the judge will not tell us. She's gotten a secret order that she won't, ex parte communication, that she will not communicate to us. So, Judge, I'm going to make a motion here that you need to submit all of your ex parte communications to the party as per the rule here. I believe it's 50-22750, and that you do that immediately so that we can properly respond and rebut any information and communication that you've had, that you've divulged here on the record, but have not given to us. Again, you've said you haven't figured out who is the people who have made these communications to you. You need to figure out, I don't know why you would need to figure out who it was who originated this with, and you have things to figure out. You've told us that you know who sent you this email, but you won't tell it to us. Right, it's in an email, and that you've been emailed this.
No, it's not an email.
Okay. Well,
and
so
I haven't
now
even
you're telling
said
us
that.
New evidence here that you're,
okay.
Excuse me. And that, I think, is the problem, that we need to have all of the ex parte communications. What's at stake here is essentially there's a force behind the curtain that's making decisions and telling us when we can and cannot give testimony, again, to the prejudice of the complainant. And instead, the judge is telling us that it's our choice when the complainant shows up. It was our choice. It was our choice. And in fact, the choice is being made behind the scenes. And not only that, the judge will not divulge it to us, which is what has been going on in this case since March 1st, when the judge got a job description about this case that she also won't divulge to us. And for some reason, that is continued to be the practice here at the State of Wisconsin Department of Workforce Development, is secret behind-the-scenes communication to the prejudice of the complainant.
Okay, first off, I'm going to say one thing because this is getting rather tiresome and rather old. We were here for 6 days. It was noticed that this morning, I've already informed the parties, I'm prepared to stay as late as I can. At that time, Attorney Almanson expressed that because of her religious observance, she would need to leave a little bit earlier. I did explain to the parties that I keep getting a message keeps popping up. I didn't say an email saying that I need to contact state police. I advised the parties that I was given from the officer earlier this morning that I'm expected to call a Sergeant Haas who I do not know, have yet to call him. I explained to the parties, I don't know who this Sergeant Haas is, and I don't know why he wants
Can we have
to
a
call
copy
me.
of that picture, please, or that note, please?
No, you can't. It's not your note, it's mine. I've divulged it. I don't know what it is. Let me figure out what it is, because if anything, I'm going to place it into the file. Because that's where the communication needs to go.
Right.
Into the file.
Right. So that we have access
So
to it.
I'm not done.
Okay.
In terms of who calls witnesses, when they call witnesses, I've left that up to the parties, asked if the parties agreed on calling a witness out of order yesterday. We've done that. I do not schedule rooms. I put in a request for a hearing date from date to date. I've divulged that to the parties. I've also divulged to the parties that I received a message that I received from somebody regarding what is going on here with Capitol Police. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I don't know who made the decision that Capitol Police says that we cannot be here any later than 4:30. I don't know who made that call. I don't know who made that decision. I don't know where it originated from. I'm trying to make up that determination, and that's what I informed the parties. I was more than happy to tell people who sent me that message until Attorney Hitchcock Cross became disrespectful, raised his voice to me, demanded, became highly unprofessional, and I am not going to entertain a conversation with anyone who does not have the simple, basic civility of a conversation. And I explained why I would not. Not that I'm never going to, but at this moment in time, it is too disrespectful, and I don't reward disrespect with continuing to have a conversation. I don't have to tolerate disrespect from people, nor does anybody else in this room. So, I will be placing everything into the file. I still have a lot of emails that have gone out on this matter that still need to be placed in the file. That message will be placed into the file. Again, I have no idea what was behind the message, who was the person who then said 4:30. I verified with Sergeant Nichols, which is what I said when I came in here. Sergeant Nichols is more than happy to stay. He is also trying to figure out where that directive came from. He said he was going to be calling his superiors at Capitol Police, because I don't know how it originated. Okay? I have divulged all of the conversations that I have had. I have not had a single conversation regarding the merits. The merits are the actual evidence, issues, things, testimony, procedure of time, place, manner, how a hearing is connected are not the merits of the case. And that is not what I'm doing. I am letting people know the logistics of things as I find them out. Just like I didn't know we were meeting in here on Monday. I found out when I got here at 6:30. Nobody let me know. Apparently we have a new room that they are telling us, because this room is too small. People apparently, somebody, I don't know who it was, had requested a larger room. I was told that by Officer Pomeroy this morning, that because the room's so small, perhaps it might be better. Someone was asking if we had a larger room. There is a larger room on this floor. It's I think 103. And that is, I've been told it, I haven't looked at it yet. It's straight down the hall, I guess past the women's bathroom. There's another hearing room there. I haven't looked at it. I haven't had an opportunity to look at it. I don't know. Let me check my email to make sure as to what room. It is apparently H103. So So that's where we will be meeting Friday, and that's where we'll be meeting Monday, and I don't have anything for Tuesday yet. I simply have Friday, the 4th. For some reason, they thought we were doing something tomorrow, which we're not, so that apparently immediately got canceled. And then I have one for Monday, the 7th, and I do not have an email on a date for Tuesday, so I'm now going to ask the woman at the front desk. I do not know her name.
Tina.
I will ask Tina if she knows anything about where they're putting us on Tuesday. As soon as I am made aware, I will let the parties know. Okay? We are done for today. I'm stopping the hearing. I'm stopping the record.
We need to get on the record here, and I believe Ms. Olmanson also has something more that she needs to get on the record. So I think we're not quite done yet, though.
Ms. Olmanson.
I would love to start at 7:45, which is the statutory open time. I'd be very happy to do that. That's item number 1. And item number 2 is that earlier when I was making argument, I had mentioned the complainant not showing up for a notice deposition, and she piped up and said she did show up, and...
No, I said who didn't show up.
Okay.
Okay.
Whatever was said is captured on this. In terms of deposition, people showing up, not showing up, again, time for motions came and went on August 8th. I will not take any actions in regards to a deposition. It's not going to happen, okay? We're not going to discuss it today. We're not going to discuss it during the merits of this hearing. It is not going to be in any decision. There are things that people can take up on appeal because I refuse to deal with it, because I refuse to do anything. That's not going to happen, okay? But, so I did not hear anything from Ms. Stolar, but I'm sure if it would hopefully be captured. But in any event, that's now been said. But I'm only here for the issues of this case. So, Attorney Hitchcock Cross, you wanted something else briefly, please,
Yes,
sir.
briefly, no problem. I've got 2 things that I need to say, and then I've got a request. The first one is that today, during the time in which we were available to be here all night, and the time in which we were suddenly had to leave at 4:30, the judge went into a closed conference with Matthew White, the director of hearings and mediations for this building. I observed her going in. I asked her if I could be a part of that meeting. She said no and closed the door behind her. The second thing that I need to put on the record is simply this, that the judge here has said several times that it's the Capitol Police who have told her that she must vacate the building. Originally it was at 5:30, but then apparently it had changed to some other time. I don't know if it was clearly stated out on the record before, but I have a video of the officer who was here in the room, in this building, who said that he spoke with this judge, and that he explained to me that it was the judge who said that we had to leave at 5 o'clock, and that no instruction from the Capitol Police came about us leaving at 4:30 or any other time. So I now have a request, which is that the judge ask Jennifer McElroy to set up a WeBox link so that I can make that video a part of the record in this case.
I will put that request through. I need you to please send me an email asking for the WeBox, because that is how I forward it to IT. Have no problems with that. As I stated, both the officers that I spoke with, who is Sergeant Nichols, out in the hallway, said he's trying to understand it. I told him I'm being asked to leave the building by 4:30. He's trying to figure out where that came from. I asked him We could probably stay no later than 5:15. I'm not going to ask anybody to stay for overtime. I have somebody that needs to leave for religious purposes. Is there any way you would please be willing, sir, to at least stay till 5 o'clock? That's how that conversation went down. So there we go. We're done, and I'm going off the record for today. We will be back here at 9:30 on Friday, as I have not heard otherwise from the complainant that they would be willing to meet earlier, and notice for this hearing stated that it would start at 9:30. So we will be here starting at 9:30 on Friday.